We are live for a chaotic UFC show. When I say chaotic, I mean chaotic. Literally, things are falling apart around us. Well, maybe not literally, but 3 fights have been cancelled for tonight. So if you are just joining us, this event was meant to have 11 fights. It's now down to 8. There's only 8 fights on this card. Apparently 2 of those are as a result of COVID. I'm not sure what the third one is as a result of, to be honest. What we'll do is we will have a look at those in a second, and we will try and establish what the reasons are. So I've got to tell you as well that some of these fights that have been cancelled are some of the fights I was most excited about. We've still got the main event, so don't worry about that. I'd say the big draw, the big reason for this pay-per-view is still there. But I think from an actual interesting in kind of octagon performance, like fight of the night potential, we've lost some big fights. We've lost some big fights on this card. So a real shame. You can see we're a little bit behind as well when it comes to filling in predictions, filling out the screen information, all of that kind of stuff. As we said, there's real drama that's been happening over the past few hours. So what we'll do is we will jump into the news, and I will tell you the fights that are now missing, because I'm aware some of you won't have heard this news. So here we go. We have got Santos De La Rosa is gone. Landwehr against Evloev. Now, can I just say on that fight, Landwehr versus Evloev was fascinating. Evloev was a heavy favourite, so totally expected Evloev to get the win. But these two had real heat. They did not like each other. There'd been some real back and forth, some real exchanges on social media. And this was going to be a very interesting fight. And it's gone. It's been taken off. And I think that's gutting. I mean, we will get it eventually. But it is gutting for tonight. Because those two really didn't like each other. And then we've got Jimmy the Brick Flick against Cody Durden. That has gone as well. And I've got to tell you, Jimmy Flick, such an exciting fighter. Gutted that has been taken off also. So, yeah, all 3 have been cancelled. So, apparently, someone in De La Rosa's corner tested positive for COVID. So that was the reason for that. Landwehr Evloev tested positive for COVID. So that was the reason for that. Flick versus Durden was scrapped for undisclosed reasons. We don't know why that one has been removed still. So Flick versus Durden, got no news on that. But the others are COVID related, with Evloev himself actually getting COVID. So obviously thoughts go out to him. Ahmad, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Make a boxing channel for the UFC streams. Nah, people have said that before. People have said, like, why don't you do like a wrestling channel and start an MMA channel and all of this? And I kind of get that it keeps the 2 worlds separate. But I mean, like, we do a boxing channel when we want to do boxing as well. And I'd rather just have it all in the one place, personally. That way I haven't got to keep jumping around and messing around. And I kind of feel like a lot of these worlds cross over. So, no, we'll all just keep it on here. We'll just keep it on this one. It does bring me to something, though, a topic that I do want to talk about just very briefly. And that is that we are looking to bring more UFC content to the channel. So, not quite sure how we're going to do it yet. Good few things being worked on, a few ideas floating around. But I am looking at bringing some more UFC content to the channel. Because at the moment, we do the stream every Saturday. As I know many of you know. Many of you join us each week, and it's absolutely awesome that you do. So, yeah, we do the streams every Saturday, but we are looking to see what else can we bring in. I wouldn't really want to stray from UFC, to be honest. My knowledge of other promotions is very limited. I do obviously go to them when I'm watching a bit of tape and doing a bit of research, but actually sitting down and watching them, I just do not have the time. So yeah, I'm not sure that's the way forward, but we will look at some. I've also been asked, are we doing Joshua Pulev boxing next week? And we are. So I don't know what next Saturday looks like. So of course, it's the big UFC show with Figueiredo defending his championship, and we've got Tony Ferguson coming back as well. So next Saturday is huge. Next Saturday is massive. So next Saturday is the big December show for UFC, and we've also got Anthony Joshua boxing as well. So I don't know if that's going to be two separate streams or like one stream that just carries on, if you know what I mean. So we'll have to wait and see. I haven't seen the timings of next week's UFC show, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There's so much drama going on right now. As we said, if you are just joining us, 3 fights cancelled. We are down now to just 8 fights tonight. Still not our record. There was a show not long ago where we only had 7. So 8 fights tonight. So that's why we've started a little bit later than was planned. The show should have started about half an hour ago. But of course, all the timings changed once it became apparent that they just weren't going to have the fights to kind of fill out that time. So I believe that the actual show starts in about 20 minutes. So you're not missing anything right now. On screen, I've just got like a preview kind of thing, pundits talking. The first fight will be in about 20-odd minutes' time. And then I think it's a 2-hour kind of pre-show, prelims, and then we get to the main card. Main card has still got 5 fights. 3 on the prelims, 5 on the main card. Boom. Texas says, Texas new fake shout out to you, says boxing is dead. Alex Bloomfield, shout out to you. Lots of fights cancelled. Yes. I know, Patrick. I completely agree, dude. I completely agree. I'm also very disappointed Hamzat and Edwards is off. Tyrika, shout out to you. First time joining us. Really do appreciate the support. So if you are just joining us, this is going to be a very weird week. Normally we get about 11, 12 fights. We'll talk about what we're going to see. We'll talk about kind of key things to look out for. Some of the fights might have a bit of a backstory. There's one tonight, actually, that's got a little bit of a backstory that we can kind of dig into a little bit. But yeah, there's some of the interesting fights, as we said, unfortunately have now been pulled from the card. So we would sit here and we would speculate about things, theorize about things, predict bits and bobs, and then of course we'd have about 11 or 12 fights to kind of get stuck into. Tonight we've got 8 fights. Only 8 fights now, which is not many. It's going to be quite a few video packages, I think. Quite a bit of talking, quite a bit of time to fill. That's all right. I mean, there's enough going on in the world of UFC at the moment with news and things. Yael Romero, of course, one of kind of the biggest stars in a way. I mean, his last fight against Israel Adesanya was for the UFC middleweight championship. So, like, you're talking about a guy that is right up there. As someone that is regarded as one of the hardest hitters, one of the toughest guys in all of MMA. I mean, he is getting on in age now, and obviously that fight was awful against Adesanya, but I don't know that it was awful because he's a bad fighter now or anything. I think he had a strategy. I think his strategy was to counter-strike. I think he stood and basically, if you haven't seen that fight, Adesanya against Yoel Romero, he's standing there, literally just kind of standing and waiting for Adesanya to get close, kind of close that range down. And, Adesanya can't really do much if he's just going to stand there. And so he just stands there. And it was a very boring fight as a result. There was very little action. I don't know, actually, off the top of my head, what the significant strikes were. I'd have to go back and look at that, but I'd imagine they're real low. Real low. There wasn't much being thrown. It certainly wasn't much landing. So, it is regarded as like one of the worst MMA fights ever. But I think that was strategy more than a reflection of where he is as a fighter. And now there's mixed reports. I haven't seen as to why he's gone. I don't know if UFC have just pulled the plug. Or if it's maybe him that's walking away. In the UK, there was a report that he had walked away. He had said that he was done. I suppose when it comes to someone like him, he's very proud. If you've fought for the championship and you know you're not going to get that opportunity again anytime soon. In fact, UFC might have said you'll never get that after that fight. You'll never get another shot at it again. They could have had that conversation. Honestly, if he's in that boat, I suppose you could understand him walking away. So, yeah, that's the big news. Him leaving. He is a ranked fighter. His last fight was for the championship, and he's gone. So he'll probably go to a different promotion and dominate in that promotion. Somewhere like Bellator or, One or somewhere like that. So we'll have to see what his next move is. And obviously, we're still waiting to see what Anderson Silva's next move is. He obviously left recently as well. Retired, but didn't really retire. He wants to fight on. So we'll have to see where he goes also. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of superstars being released, a lot of fighters being released as well. Apparently, the rumours are that the UFC are going to get rid of like 70 people. 70 fighters are being let go, which is crazy. But then there is this whole influx from the Contenders series. They are actively going out trying to find new fighters to bring in all the time. All the time we're sitting here and week after week. And tonight as well, UFC debut, UFC debut, UFC debut. Like, there's so many that make their UFC debut. So many new fighters coming in that I suppose it makes sense that you've got to make, you can't have everyone on the books. But so apparently 70 odd fighters is what they're looking to release. Some big names. Lots of fighters are testing positive or are close to those that have. Yeah, I've got to be honest. It's weird. I don't understand, and maybe I'm just completely off on this, but I don't get why is this happening so often to UFC. I know the pandemic is as bad as it's ever been. Totally get that. Okay, so I understand that this is like horrific. I think in America in particular, you guys are currently setting records day after day for like most cases and all of that kind of stuff. I think this is as bad as it's ever been. So in that regard, you go, okay, you shouldn't be too surprised that this is happening. But I kind of feel like sport has worked out the whole bubble thing. If you look at like basketball and the fact that they were able to like keep everyone contained. You test everyone, no one's got it, you keep them in the bubble. How can it get in if it's in the bubble? And you do it that way. Whereas the way UFC are doing it at the moment is they seem to be bringing people in the week of the fight and then surprised when it turns out that some of them have managed to catch COVID. Like, I don't know the protocols, but this is week after week after week after week after week. Like, every single week there are fights getting cancelled. I mean, tonight is a real exception. It's very rare for us to have 3 fights cancelled on the day of the show. But every week there's normally at least 1, 2 fights that are cancelled. Yeah, I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that they're not bringing the fighters in, say, 2 weeks before and testing them, getting the results, and then keeping them in a bubble for 2 weeks. I mean, that way then on the day of the event, you'd have to think that no fights are getting cancelled. But it just feels like they're bringing them in and going, oh, hope this works out. Hope they don't test positive. Shouldn't you bring them in a bit earlier and establish that? I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. Maybe I've got it completely wrong. But I do feel like something could be done here. Maybe should be done here. Because obviously you don't want to see people testing positive for COVID. So you've got to question the UFC's protocols. If fighters are testing positive for COVID in what you would hope would be a bubble, what they know should be... They know this from Fight Island. Fight Island has shown them, has taught them the whole bubble concept. They were one of the first promotions to do it. They very much laid groundwork for other sports to follow. Yet here we are with 3 fights cancelled on the day of an event. So, don't know. It needs looking at. It definitely needs looking at. Because no one wants to see people getting COVID, but also no one wants to see like great fights getting cancelled and big show next weekend. Every week's a big show, but an especially big show next weekend. Loyalty, shout out to you, my friend. Really do appreciate the support. Really do appreciate the support. Welcome on board. They need to bring them and isolate them weeks before, so they make the match cards. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I am quite happy to sit here and admit I don't know the procedure. I don't know when they get brought in. I don't know what their bubble is like, but it feels like they get brought in relatively late, and then they get tested, and then it turns out they've got COVID. I agree. Bring them in 2 weeks earlier. Granted, it might not be great for training or whatever, but if everyone's in the same boat, then everyone's in the same boat. You know, it's a level playing field still, and I'm sure they can still work out somewhere. I'm sure, like, the hotel that they're in is going to have facilities, and I'm pretty sure the UFC can afford to hire out a hotel or something. Like, I'm pretty sure if they're putting together fight islands, they can hire a hotel. So, I don't know. They've got to look at it. They've got to do something. Because we don't know quite how long this is around for. There is light at the end of the tunnel with that whole vaccine. But how long is that going to take to kind of get out there and totally eliminate this thing? You know, we could still be talking months and months and months and months and months. So, I don't even think that vaccine's approved in the US yet, is it? So, which isn't, that's not a knock. I don't want anyone thinking that's a knock. Because there's people saying that us here in the UK went too quick on it. And we might have, right? I got to tell you, I'm not excited at being the first in that queue, right? You know what I mean? I like being first. But when it comes to injections, I'm all right to wait a little while. So, I don't know. I don't know that situation. We're not getting into politics or anything. I'm just saying that this could be around for a while. Texas New Fake, shout out to you. I hope the COVID stuff ends quickly. I miss crowds, says Killer Sasuke. That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, we've started to see some crowds coming back to the football, the soccer, as you might know it, here in the UK. We've started to get people coming back. So we are starting to get some movement. But then we've just come out of a month-long second lockdown. So I think we're maybe in a slightly different place to a few other countries. So... what's your predictions on the main card? Yes, we probably should. Do you know what? I didn't even fill that in. I couldn't even do predictions because I didn't even know what fights we were getting. And honestly, how many times have we sat here? How many times have we sat here and news has come through that another fight has been cancelled? I mean, we're sat here with 8 right now, but would you be surprised if another fight or 2 gets cancelled? I mean, honestly, if news comes through another one's been cancelled, I can't say I would be surprised. These 3 have all been cancelled in the past hour. All in the past hour, they've come through. So it's been a little quiet since then. So I'd kind of hope that maybe all the results are back and that was it. So I'd kind of hope that nothing else... Well, I certainly hope nothing else will happen. But, it's just carnage, isn't it? It's just carnage. I'm actually going to fill out my predictions on screen. And I'll try and just talk about them. We've got 10 minutes until the show begins, really, anyway. Right now, it is still just like the pundits. So I've gone with Hermansson on the main event. This is a tricky one. This main event is really tasty. Jack Hermansson is a really, really great fighter. Is only 32, so he is still relatively young. He's still got many, many years ahead of him. Vettori, though, is only 27. I mean, honestly, he's got 10 years ahead of him. So both really, really good fighters. I can tell you that Vettori is 5-2 in the UFC. So not too bad. He's got a 15-4 record, and he is coming in as the favourite tonight. He's improving a lot. He's got the striking advantage. He's got decent grappling. He's got good cardio, and that's always important. So he's got a lot going for him.
Hayden Garrett is a legend.
Hayden, shout out to you.
Donated $2 New Zealand via a super chat. Hey Days, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, thank you. Just trying to get our heads around what's happening with UFC tonight and all the cancelled fights, as we've said. But we're going to try and get through this card and see if we can get the predictions finally down. So shout out to you, Hayden. So first prediction, the main fight, I'm going to go with Hermansson. He's the underdog, but and even though there's a few areas that he is definitely outclassed in. There's a big area that he is going to be better in, and that is preparation. He is going to be fully prepared for this, whereas Vettori is coming in on short notice. This was actually meant to be Hermansson against Darren Till. That fight was called off. It couldn't happen. And then Kevin Holland stepped in. That fight then got called off. And now on short notice, Vettori has stepped in. Now, Vettori is always prepared, always ready, always in great condition. He's only 27, very active fighter. So he's not going to be coming in like in a bad shape or anything. But it is different if you have a full camp. I don't feel like we're really comparing Hermansson against Vettori at his absolute peak. I think if this was Vettori with a full camp, I'd lean to Vettori. But because Hermansson has had a full camp, I'm going with Hermansson. I think it's the difference maker. I really do. I do think that there's areas that Vettori can capitalise on, and he definitely could get the win. Vettori is coming in as favourite, but on this one, I'm looking at preparation, and I'm going with Hermansson. Shout out to Daniel. How are you, my friend? What's the goal tonight? No real goal, to be honest. I mean, likes make a big difference to the streams.
Daniel McClung is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat. Don't drop a like on the stream. What's the goal tonight?
Shout out to you, Daniel. No goal tonight, mate. I think it's really important that if I do ever ask you guys for like help in that area, that it's because I really appreciate it, really need it in a way. And that would be on the big shows. I mean, next weekend when we've got the big monthly show, then I can see us setting a goal of say 1,500 likes or something like that, and seeing if we can get to it. And you guys always respond, and we're always there or thereabouts. And it does make a big difference to the streams, but it really is something that I don't want to be asking all the time, because I just don't think, whenever I watch these channels and they're always talking about likes and stuff like that, I get why they do it, but obviously it's not why I'm watching, is it? I'm not watching for people to beg for likes. Same with like when people are doing like the Manscaped ads and stuff like that. I get why they do it, but I'm obviously not watching for that. I'm watching for the content. So I don't really want to be getting into habits where we're spending time talking about likes, or we're, talking sponsors and stuff like that. I want to just kind of get into what we need to talk about. So yeah, no real target tonight, but any likes on any streams, on any videos always help. And yeah, don't be surprised if I do beg a little bit next week, because really the channel lives on those big streams. I mean, we're not going to get into the analytics of it all and the detail of it all, because again, that's not why anyone's here. But those big streams are so important. And next week is a big stream. Tonight, I kind of see tonight as a fun stream, to be honest. Love UFC streams, love talking UFC, love the community that we've got, and the passion that people have for UFC on a Saturday night. Awesome. Obviously, we have a lot of fun predicting who's going to win as well, and it's very different to like the other streams we do on the channel. I really like that. It's a different flavour to what we have on the channel. So
Adam Pounds is a
no
legend.
goals.
They donated $2 via a super chat.
Adam Pounds.
Who's gonna win first fight?
Well, I'm desperately trying, Adam, to get through my predictions on screen. So we will get to the first fight in about 5 minutes time. I'll do you that deal. So we'll get to the first fight in about 5 minutes time. I've got to be honest, I'm not in too much of a rush to get to the first fight of the night, because I believe the prelims are 2 hours long. And there's only 3 fights. Now, a fight will, 3 rounds, 5-minute rounds. That's 15 minutes of action. Plus, then you've got a couple of minutes in between each round. The ring walks. Say the whole fight, the whole package is half an hour. Well, you've got 2 hours for 3 fights. So I am not expecting, when this show starts, to go straight to that first fight. Not expecting that. I think we're going to have plenty of time. What we are not short of tonight is time. We are not short of time. So, yeah, I'm not in too much of a rush to get to that first fight. I'll do that when we get a little closer to it, because I think we could still be a little bit away from it. So, let's try and focus on the main card for now. I mean, I'll tell you what I'll do, to be fair, Adam, because you did ask me directly in a super chat. So, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the answer. So, Vellante against Collier is the first fight, and I've gone for Vellante. I believe when I checked, 83% of people on Tapology had gone for him as well. He's also coming in as a minus 200 favourite. So I'm not going to get into the reasons why. I've got reasons why, but I've gone with Jean Vellante for that first fight. So there we go. Right, main card. So I've gone with Hermansson for the reason that he is going to be better prepared, right? And I do think that's important. I really do. Next, we've got OSP, Vince Saint Preux against Hill. Hill is a real top prospect. This guy is, I mean, legit. This is only his third UFC fight, and he's in the co-main event of tonight's show. He is a top prospect. He's 6-0, his record. Very impressive. I like this guy a lot. He gets taken down, but he works really hard to get back up. So he has got weaknesses. He can get easily taken down. But as we said, he very much has got the ability to get straight back up. I do like his knee strikes. He's got good high kicks. This is a real step up in quality for him, but he is going to still be faster. He's still going to be the better striker. I really like him. So I've gone with Hill. Next up, we've got Benitez against Justin James. Now, this is the fight that I said has got a little bit of a backstory. Justin James, apparently in his corner, will be his terminally ill father. Just to really smack you up on the heartstrings. His terminally ill father will be in his corner. A lot of emotion around this. I don't know how long they've said that his father's got. I don't know that information. To be honest, I wasn't really eager to go searching for that information. So, yeah, just know that there'll be a little bit of emotion attached to this one. I mean, I'm sure UFC will tell you that and do it in a very, respectful way. But we've seen quite a bit of this where fighters have come in after family members have already passed, or, there's been that emotion, and it doesn't always kind of fire them on, if you will. It doesn't always bring out the best in people. I know that you might think that, well, that means he's going to get the win, he's going to want to do it, dig extra deep. But to be honest, there's not really a way of digging extra deep. I mean, if you're in a octagon fighting to not get knocked out by someone, you're already pretty digging as deep as it goes. Like, there's not really many other layers that you can kind of get to. So, I've got to be honest, I've gone with Benitez. I just think Benitez is going to win the fight. I want Justin James. I will be cheering for Justin James, and never have I wanted to be wrong more. I would love for James to get a victory in front of his father, and definitely 100%. But I just don't think he will. I just think that Benitez is the better fighter, to be honest. So I've gone with Benitez. Two more fights. I can tell you that the show is just about to begin, but as we said, it's not actually beginning. I think it'll be a little while until we get to those main fights. Right, we've got Dolidze against John Allen. So Roman Dolidze is who I've gone for. He's coming in as minus 200. He's 1-0 in the UFC. He's 7-0 overall. All 7 of his wins are finishes. He is reckless, though. So, again, once he goes in against top quality, he could be in a bit of trouble. He's not going in against top quality tonight. He's going in against a very good fighter, but someone that's only 1-0 in the UFC. He's not going in against, like, a name that's been there and done it. He's going against a guy that's got a record of 13-5, someone that's lost 5 times already. John Allen is a dangerous striker. He's got, of his 13 wins, 12 finishes. So not great at wrestling, though. And that's Delidza's forte. He is a jiu-jitsu guy. So I think that Delidza's going to get him down. I think he's going to dominate. And I think he's going to get another win and carry on building what is already quite an impressive record. 7-0, 1-0 in the UFC. He comes in as minus 200. I actually don't know what the final fight is on the main card because of all the fights that have been cancelled. It is Wyman and Levitt that is the final fight. So Wyman and Levitt, I've gone for Jordan Levitt. Jordan Levitt coming in at minus 400. Minus 400. Matt Wyman, this could be his last fight. He's been, I think this is his 18th UFC fight in 15 years. He is a veteran. He did go away for quite a number of years, though, coming back last year. So far, I think he's fought twice since he came back, and he has looked awful. He really just, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, I don't think he's a UFC fighter anymore. With UFC cutting fighters left, right, and Buffalo right now, I can see Wyman being the next on the chopping block. 37 years old. He's not going anywhere. He brings a bit of skill, but honestly, as we said, since he's come back, he just doesn't look the same. And I think that they're feeding him to Levitt, to be honest. So I think that's going to be a relative straightforward win for Levitt. So I feel like Levitt, I'm pretty confident on. Delidze, I'm feeling pretty good about as well. Benitez, because of the emotion of James's father, I don't know, but I do think Benitez is a better fighter. Hill, I'm really into. I think he's a top prospect. I hope he wins because I love it when prospects come through. I love seeing those champions of tomorrow, and Hill could be that. So really looking forward to that. And then main event. I mean, main event's got a little bit of star power about it, hasn't it? So yeah, not a disaster. Oh, half an hour until the first fight. That's exactly what we said. If you think about fights as half an hour chunks, they're actually gonna make us wait half an hour for the first fight. So half an hour wait until we get to the first fight tonight. Half an hour wait, my friends. But then, I mean, what I will say is once we've got past that half an hour, we should be back into the groove, really. We should then be back to what we normally are like. So it looks like they're going to not space it out too much. They're just going to make us wait a good chunk of time at the start and then get things rolling from there. So I'm expecting a lot of video packages right now, all of that kind of stuff. As I said, we can easily get through all of that. Yeah, so I'm feeling all right with those predictions. I'm feeling all right with them. I need to have a look at the Battle Dome. We've got, an absolute dumpster fire. We've got no chat in the Battle Dome. We've still got old information from a few weeks ago on there, so we need to change that around. We have got a clock, though, so let's reset that. Oh, my God. Let's reset the clock so that we've got that. And we also need to try and... Oh, my God. I didn't want it started. I didn't want it actually counting. Hang on. Reset. Hang on. Boom. I know a lot of people will be saying, shouldn't he do this really before? And the answer is definitely yes. Yes, he should. He really should. But, you know, it's life, innit? Look at the problems in the world and ask yourself, is this the biggest? Is it? Is it really? No, hitting below the belt unless your opponent says you're kind of cute. Well, I wonder if we will get any low blows or things tonight. I wonder if we'll get any fights. Tonight. That's the bigger question. So if you are just joining us, we are down to 8 fights tonight. 8 fights tonight out of what was meant to be 11. And normally on these shows, we get even more than that. So you can see some information on screen about Vellante and Collier. In fact, I might even be able to change this so that you get a bit more info as to how they get their wins. So there we go. You can see Jean Vellante getting 59% of his wins by knockout compared to Collier that gets 45. of his by knockout. Both guys about the same. Nearly a third of their fights go to decision. And actually, both guys tend to get into that third round, but only just. Volante's average fight time is 11 minutes. Jake Collier's average fight time is 10:29. Yeah, that is going to be our first fight, and that will be starting, as we said, in quite a bit of time. We've got quite a bit of time to wait for that first one. I'm glad to be joining. Hopefully I'll retain. Fist bumps to all, says Miss Clown One. I hope you are well, buddy. Right, let's see if I can drop in our first fight, which is going to be Volante, who is coming in as minus 200 favourite, taking on Jake Collier. Might as well preview this fight now and go through it now, and then we can just talk about whatever you want to talk about after, but at least then we will have previewed everything. So, in regards to this one, I can tell you that Volante is 7 wins and 9 defeats in the UFC. He's got an overall record of 17-12, and he comes in at minus 200. This is, and I'm really sorry to say this, not going to be a great fight. This is not a fight I am looking forward to. If any fight was going to get cancelled tonight, I don't want anyone getting COVID. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if any fight was going to get cancelled, this is the one I would want to see gone. Sloppy. 2 heavyweights that are not technically brilliant. Sloppy fighters. You know, those kind of awful, sloppy, standing off each other, waiting, like trying to work each other out. Heavyweight kind of contests. I think it's going to be one of them. I'm really not too excited for this. So Jean Volante coming in. He's more technical. He's had cardio issues. 12 of his fights have resulted in finishes for him. 12 of his wins. So 12 of his 17 have resulted in finishes. He's a striker that has moved up recently from light heavyweight. He's quicker. He is a former D1 wrestler. He does have power, but he's also got a minus striking differential. That means that he takes more shots than he throws. But he's got pressure, and he does try to throw volume. The problem is he doesn't really land with that volume. So, I mean, he's 35. He's minus 200. I've gone with him. He is the favourite. And he is taking on Jake Collier, who has got poor movement. Used to be great. Used to mix in his punching with his kicks really, really well. His combos used to be so interesting. But that was when he was at 205. Now that he's at heavyweight,
William Hensey is a legend.
It's not working.
They donated $2 via a super chat. Did you get Queen's picks? Asks Sunny the Emily Wolf.
I honestly don't know. I never ever checked before, to be honest. I just let people send in picks and take it from there. So I can have a quick look. I did. Yes. Yes, I did get them from Sunny. Hang on. Yeah, I've got them. Yeah, so Collier was better down at 205, and he's got 3 wins, 4 defeats. He's 11-5 overall. He's plus 170. As we said, he's bigger. He's bigger, he's slower. He isn't mixing his combos as well. I think it's such a shame, because when it comes to Jake Collier, I think this is actually a better weight class for him. I think that his body more naturally fits at heavyweight. But for some reason, I think that his ability was better when he was at 205. So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that he's where he should be, but it's really not resulting in a better fighter. So yeah, I'm not too pumped for this. I don't expect this to be an incredible fight at all. I'm going with Jean Volante, but I'm expecting it to be sloppy and yeah, we'll just have to move on to some exciting fights. It's such a shame. I'm looking at the card tonight, and I always like to be honest with you guys, and I do think that this card had potential, but we have lost a lot of that potential with those cancelled fights. The fights that I had written down as potential fight of the nights, both of them have gone. So, Days, if you could sit around a table with 3 UFC fighters and chat with them, old or new or current, who would it be and why? One for the chat 2. I like that. Kieran TKD. If you could sit down with 3 UFC fighters and talk to them, who would you sit down with and why? I don't know. I mean, I know he might not count, but I would love to sit down with Dana White. I mean, I feel like he's going to have so much insight and so much information, and really any question that I could ask about the UFC, he would have the answer to. He's not a fighter, so you might not let me have him. So let's say you don't, but the first person I'd want to be sitting down with would be Dana. 3 fighters. The first that would come to mind would probably be Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was very much regarded as the pound-for-pound fighter. I think he's one of the most exciting fighters the UFC has ever had. I think that he just did such incredible things. His abilities, you could argue, are still unmatched. There's people that potentially are going to have better records, although Anderson Silva still holds the record for longest championship reign. He holds the record as well for most win streak. I think it was 16 wins that he got in the UFC before he ultimately lost to Chris Weidman. So I feel like Anderson Silva is dare I say, the closest to perfection that we've come, but not perfect. Not perfect. He was a flawed genius. In many ways, he was his own worst enemy because, as many of you know, but some of you won't, Anderson Silva was champion for a long time. I think it was like 2,400 days. And when he finally lost, it's one of the most shocking moments in the history of MMA. He has a match against Chris Weidman. He comes in as favourite. Chris Weidman hits him, and he pretends to be hurt during the fight. It's madness. Even today, it's madness. He pretends to be hurt. So Chris Weidman hits him, and he's like, oh, and he like pretends to be hurt. And in that brief moment where he's being an idiot, Weidman catches him with follow-up shots and puts him down. And that ends a 2,400-day title reign. Legit title reign. I mean, honestly, it's so stupid that if WWE were to do it, you'd be like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. He's had that title all that time for that finish. Like, wrestling fans would be up in arms. There would be outrage if a title reign ended that way. It just blows my mind that he would act that way and do those things. Maybe the closest we've ever come to absolute perfection. The way that he moved, his movement, the way that he could find shots that he managed to get shots through you just didn't even know were possible. I mean, like, that kick to the face of Belfort, Joe Rogan, he just front kicked him to the face. So, yeah, I'd love to sit down with Silva, talk about, how do you do the things you do? That would be my first question. And then, why was you such an idiot? That would probably be my second question. So I'd sit down with Anderson Silva, who I think is maybe the closest we've got to perfection. Who else would you sit down with? It's a really good question. I'd want to sit down with Anderson Silva. I'd want to sit down with maybe Royce Gracie, who was obviously around at the very start of UFC, could really give you that insight into the beginning of UFC. Regarded as one of the greats, all-time greats, won the first UFC tournament. Did he win the second as well? I think won the fourth. like, just dominated the early UFC. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's obviously part of the Gracie family. Would give you the insight to all of that as well. So yeah, I think you'd have to sit down with Hoist Gracie. I think Hoist Gracie is also, I'm right in saying, in fact, I'll tell you what I've just done without even thinking about. No, have I? Dana White came out with his Mount Rushmore of fighters, and on his Mount Rushmore was George St. Pierre, Amanda Nunes, John Jones, and someone else, and I can't remember who that other one was, but I don't think it was Anderson Silva. So, yeah, I'd sit down with Anderson Silva. I'd sit down with Hoist Gracie, and then I'd want someone from the women's division. I'd probably sit down with Ronda Rousey, you know. As much as I'd want to sit down with Amanda Nunes, I think I'd sit down with Ronda Rousey because she was a pioneer. Plus also I could have a conversation with her about WWE as well, which would be awesome. So I could talk to her about WWE, I could talk to her about UFC, I could talk to her about being a pioneer, and she is attractive. So she does bring that to the table as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I had to go to a table and look at, like, a load of ugly people, I'm not saying that Anderson Silva's ugly. It's just, he doesn't do it for me, okay? And I'm not saying that Hoist Gracie is ugly. Again, just doesn't do it for me. So, Ronda Rousey. But, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm joking. I want to talk to her about being that pioneer. I want to talk to her about being the first champion and the pressures that were on her and, you know, such an interesting character. So I think it'd be that. I think it'd be Anderson Silva, Hoist Gracie, and Ronda Rousey. McGregor as well. Yeah, I forgot about McGregor. McGregor would be very interesting to talk to. Yeah. I should imagine McGregor would be on a lot of people's lists. Yeah. McGregor, Till, and Jones, says Michael. Ronda Rousey, Ken Shamrock, yes. Ken Shamrock's a really good shout. Obviously, he was around a lot in the early days. I'd imagine that there'd be quite a few people that would want to speak to people like Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz, maybe Demetrius Johnson, Khabib. I should imagine these are the kind of names that would come up. But I suppose in a way, I mean, like, if you speak to Khabib, I don't know if I've got questions I've got. I think that's the important thing. I mean, obviously I don't want to stay on this subject for too long, but if I'm sitting at a table with someone and I'm asking them questions, I need to know what I'm going to ask them. If I'm sitting down with Khabib, I don't know what I'm asking him. Honestly, I don't know what I'm asking him. You all right? Had a good day? I don't know what I'm asking. I know what I want to ask Anderson Silva. I want to ask, like, about how did he train and learn to find those openings, and what was he thinking when he was clowning around in there with Chris Weidman, and about his leg break as well. That was horrific, one of the worst injuries ever. I'd want to ask him about that whole process. Hoist Gracie, I want to talk to him about the start of UFC. I want to talk to him about Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. I want to explore all of that. And Ronda, I want to get the female perspective. I want to know what it's like being a woman in MMA and being a pioneer and being one of the first champions. And I can talk to her about WWE also. So I think those would be my picks because I'd have questions. It's a really, really interesting question. So shout out to the chat for that. David says, I took Volante at plus 1,100 by sub. It seems too obvious. Drop him, choke him, win. I like Volante. Volante is more of a striker. He is a former D1 wrestler, so there's definitely potential for him to lean on that. But I kind of feel like you've got good odds, actually. I feel like that there's definitely a possibility of that happening, but I would say that it's more likely that he goes for the finish with a knockout, and that we don't get like a submission, or it just honestly is going to be such a boring fight. It just goes to decision. I'm really not. I know I've made it very obvious, but I'm not too excited for this first one. That was a good question, says Jason. Yeah. Daze just wants to get close to Ronda. I've got to be honest, I'm not like crazy. I've never really been that way. I've you know, where these people just like worship people like for their looks. I don't really feel like that. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. I genuinely would want to sit down and talk to her about how she found being in WWE compared to what she thought, because she's a big WWE fan, and obviously she had that relationship with Rowdy Roddy Piper, and she must have gone into WWE with an expectation of what it would be like. I'd love to know, because I don't think she's ever said. I'd love to know what it was like compared to her expectation. I'd love to know how you know, what that was like. So I don't know if she would tell me, but I'd have her at the table for certainly that question. So and she has opened up actually about losing the title to Holly Holm, and said that she felt quite suicidal after it. I don't know if I would want to talk about that so much. Kind of feel like I know a lot of that, but don't know. Have to see how the conversation goes. I'm talking like it's about to happen. I'm sitting here like, guys, I'm so excited. I feel like it's happening next Thursday. Next Saturday's going to be great. We've got a Manchester derby. AJ against Pulev and UFC 256. Piers, beers, cheers. Shout out to you. Don't lie, Days. We all know you watch naughty videos after the streams. Naughty videos. Are you streaming tribute to the troops tomorrow? Yes. Yes, we will stream tribute to the troops. I don't know what the stream's going to be like, because I don't know. I still haven't really looked for a Fox stream. But yeah, we will be streaming tribute to the troops tomorrow. We will find a way. I've full confidence in that, of being able to see it. But in the UK, it's not being shown on TV. So we're going to have to get quite experimental, I think. So yeah, we'll try and do it. I'm interested to see how they present it. I don't think the matches look that incredible, but I'm just quite interested to see, do they change up the layout? It's not the layout, but, you know, do they put any decorations up for tribute to the troops? What's the ring apron look like? Is there, do you know what I mean? Do they do anything? Do they do anything, or do they just not really bother? Who's the commentary team? I don't know. Haven't even thought about, is it just SmackDown? Is it Raw stars? Is it Raw and SmackDown? I don't know. I know there's 3 matches and a musical performance from Hardy. So, very intrigued by that as well. So, yeah, we'll be watching it. It's only on for an hour, though. But there is a little summit tomorrow. Ronda in WWE was good, says Sean Reset. Yes, I agree. I think she was very dominant, as she should have been. I think that wrestling fans that don't watch UFC kind of struggled a bit with that. Saw her maybe as a bit of a... This is going to sound crazy, but I think there were some wrestling fans that saw her as undeserving, which I just don't get it. I can't understand that. She's such a pioneer when it comes to women's combat. I mean, she's a former judo Olympian, so she knows judo. She's trained her whole life. She's, been taught fighting from a mom who was a judo champion, Olympian, I believe. Jean LaBelle trained her as well, who's refers to himself as the grandfather of MMA. Had one of the very first MMA fights in history as well. An absolute legend. And so she's got all this fighting background, knows submissions, knows combat. And then she goes to wrestling, and the wrestling fans are like, oh, well, she's not Becky. No, you're right, she isn't. She can act. This girl can actually fight. So there we go. So yeah, I thought she was very good, and hopefully she does return there one day. So yeah, shout out to everyone that's joined us. We're hopefully, after that lengthy conversation about who would you have at a table, we're actually only about 5 minutes away from the first fight tonight. I know this is a bit of a weird stream. I'm not going to apologise for that because I don't think I should. I'm not the one that's cancelling fights. If anything, it's COVID that should be apologising to you guys. So we will get to the action. There are still 8 fights coming up tonight. It's just that unfortunately we have been denied 3 of them. So we are just having to wait a little bit, but we will get going pretty soon. They said we were about half an hour away from the first fight, and that was about 26 odd minutes ago. So we should be getting to it soon. Rouse's book was a good read. Oh, I don't do reading. I think that's kind of like for smart people. Do you know what I mean? So maybe if someone turns it into a YouTube video, and if they can make it a short one, that'd be great, because I've got no attention span whatsoever. So yeah, I have not read it. I'll tell you something that I did try, and it worked quite well for me. That was audiobooks. I think this Christmas I might get addicted to audiobooks. I do like podcasts, you see, because it allows me to do other things at the same time. So I really like listening to like MMA podcasts, wrestling podcasts, just different bits and bobs really. Joe Rogan a few times. I don't listen to Joe Rogan all the time. But if he's got a guest on that I think looks quite interesting, then I'll tend to check that out. So yeah, he's definitely in my rotation, if you will. So yeah, but yeah, audiobooks might be a good way forward. King of Predictions have got some drama going on, have they? Oh dear. If King of Predictions do bad tonight, then blame it on Chalmers. He stole all of my picks. Little bit of drama in our community. How are you doing today, Wrestling Days fan? I'm good, thank you. Hope you are well. Obviously, dealing with the news that we've been losing a few UFC fights tonight. But yeah, I mean, it's such a weird weekend, this one, because past couple of weekends have been so big that this is such a weird weekend. This weekend, you've got like this show, which even if it was the full 11 fights, isn't the biggest of shows. Perfectly serviceable show. It's a perfectly fine show, but compared to what we've had, do you know what I mean? I mean, like last weekend, all right, the UFC show wasn't big, but we did have Tyson. So we had the Tyson, right? I mean, that was a week ago now. So we had the Tyson fight, and that was huge. 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? Survivor Series and everything. I think we were at like Survivor Series, and I think we had UFC 255, didn't we? Same weekend. So 2 weeks ago was huge. So you've kind of got to go back like 3 weeks or whatever before we had like a kind of an event like this. So it feels a bit weird, kind of sitting here with like 8 fights. Fights are all right. It's not a great deal of star power. Yeah, it feels a bit strange. And then tomorrow we got Tribute to the Troops. What's that? Honestly, what's that? An hour-long show that means nothing. That's on TV in America but not in the UK. Just bizarre. Just really bizarre weekend this weekend. So, looking forward to next weekend, to be honest. Looking forward to the AJ fight, Anthony Joshua. Big fan of him. So, looking forward to seeing him in action. And, of course, UFC 256. The return of one of my favourite fighters, Tony Ferguson. I was gutted when he lost to Justin Gaethje. We were robbed. We could have had Tony Ferguson versus Khabib. We should have had Ferguson Khabib. Because it was made 5 times. 5 times, and 5 times it didn't happen. So we should have had that fight. But instead he had that fight against Gaethje. He lost. And then it was Gaethje that got that opportunity. And look how that turned out. So, yeah, gutted that Tony Ferguson didn't get his opportunity at Khabib. But we'll have to see. I mean, hopefully if he can win this weekend against Charles Oliveira, then that's going to put him back on the path to getting a title opportunity again. So really, I'm interested to see the build for it, see what he says, get the press, see a few interviews with him, all that kind of stuff. It's great that he's coming back. And how mad that Figueiredo is defending in the main event. How crazy is that? Figueiredo, who was the main event of UFC 255, is the main event of UFC 256. That is crazy to me. That is crazy that he is turning around that fast. You see it a lot. I say a lot. Yeah, I suppose you see it quite a bit. Like on fight nights and much lower down the card. Not so much when it comes to main events of the main show. The main event of the main show is going to have the same fighter in 2 times in a row. Incredible. Figueiredo, what a guy. So, yeah, very impressive. Right, they are showing us Jean Vellante and Jake Collier. So looks like we are getting ready to build towards that fight. It is coming up, my friends. Don't you worry about that. Daniel, yeah, we're not watching NXT at the moment. What the hell is going on? Yeah, well, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's been a long road. We started streaming an hour ago. And maybe that was a bit early. Maybe I didn't need to do that. I don't know. But the first fight should be coming up very soon. Love the NWA shirt. Yeah, I've said before. I very much like to wear this during UFC ones. I need to get a UFC shirt. I've got to buy a UFC shirt for these UFC
A very Irish
streams.
potato is a legend. They donated $5
Hello?
via super chat. Potato.
Potato. Shout out to you, a very Irish potato, firing in potato, a message that gets sent through quite often because we love how it sounds. She does a good job of reading that word out in particular. So shout out to you, a very Irish potato. Potato. Hope you are well, my friend. Just checked, and Jake Collier is 3-3 in the UFC. He has 1 loss after every win. So if the pattern continues, he wins this one, says James Terrell. I've got Vellante getting the victory. I've got Vellante getting the win on this one. I'm not someone that really cares for patterns like that because I think you can find patterns in a lot of things. So yeah, I'm not someone that really buys into that kind of a thing. But I look at his most recent fights, honestly, and I think that he's really underwhelmed. Really underwhelmed. I think his past against Tom Aspinall, knocked out in 45 seconds. Round 1, 45 seconds. That was his last fight back in July. I mean, really not good. Really, really not good. So he's actually 3-4. So he lost against he lost in 2014 on UFC Fight Night. Then he won. Then he lost. Then he won. Then he lost. Then he won. Then he lost. I mean, there is a pattern. I do give you that, but I think that pattern's going to break tonight. So, don't know if you are fans of patterns. Then maybe you're going to be rooting for Jake Collier. See if he can continue his 1 loss, 1 loss, 1 loss, 1 loss, 1 loss. So if you are a fan of pattern, maybe you'll be looking for that. But yeah, not great. Not great. He's not looked brilliant since he's moved to heavyweight. Right, they have got the CGI up on screen. We are getting ready to go over to our first fight of the evening. I can see people are actually jumping in and joining us all the time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I never know how many people are joining us. In my head, I'm just having a chat with friends. I genuinely never see the analytics. But as I just clicked over there, I saw that there was people that were jumping in and joining us. So welcome all. Again, this might sound like I'm repeating myself, but I know there's new people here. The big news is that there's 3 fights that have been cancelled tonight. We've spoke about them. It is disappointing because they are, for me, amongst the best fights we were going to see. Jimmy Flick against Cody Durden, I think, was going to be excellent. There was a real grudge match that got cancelled as well. Women's match pulled off the card, which can always be quite fun and unpredictable. So, yeah, there's a few fights that I'm really going to miss tonight. We're down to 8 fights now, and we're just about to start our first. So if you are just joining us, it's a real good time to stop by, because we are just about to go over to our first fight. We should be getting a ring walk as we speak. In fact, we have, and it is... Jake Collier that's making his way down. Right, let's try and get down to back to the chat. Slowly making his way down as well. He's doing a really great Undertaker impression. He's doing a great impression of Roman Reigns. Just very slowly, nonchalantly. They've probably said to him, take your time. We've only got 8 fights tonight. Take as long as you need. If you want to do a couple of laps around the Apex before you actually get into the octagon, that's absolutely fine. So yeah, taking a bit of a slow walk. I've got $500 on Collier. Well, Collier, 6 first round finishes. Former RFA middleweight champion. 1 of 5 finishes by spinning back kick to the body in UFC history. So, certainly bringing in some impressive numbers. But as we said, he is fighting at heavyweight now. Not at 205, and he hasn't looked as great. He hasn't looked as good. But I don't know. Perhaps there's a bit of a settling in period. I don't know. Perhaps he's going to come out and look incredible this time out. I have the one with the highest number on the scoreboard, or the first one to make their opponent submit. Right, here we go. We've got Jean Valente making his way down. When is it starting? It is starting right now. Starting right now. We've actually got the ring walks as we speak. Feel free to let me know in the chat. Who have you got? Who have you got? Have you gone with Jean Valente, the same as 83% of Tapology? Or have you gone with Jake Collier, 17% of Tapology? For what is sure to be quite a sloppy, not very technical fight. I've got Valente, round 3, submission, says Sunny Wolf. John has got Collier, and I have got Valente, round 2. Dat King says, I've got a technical knockout in round 2. Austin says Valente, round 2. LSW says Valente. David Connolly, shout out to you, says Jean Valente KO. Future Compilations has got Valente. Intia says, I either have a dust mite allergy or COVID. God knows. Okay. Wrestling Days fan says 8 fights is fair enough. We don't get 50 million fights. David, shout out to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Really do appreciate the support, my friend. So, welcome, David. It's so nice to have just a nice, sensible name, isn't it? Just David. David's here, guys. That's good. Do you know what I mean? We've got Big Boy Dallies. We've got Sunny Wolves. We've got Monica Kings, whatever they are, right? And now we've got David. So, it's good. A Chalmers? Has anyone even... what's a Chalmers? What is a Chalmers? I don't know. But David's here. Bruce Buffer's here as well. Bruce Buffer. I actually watched his Fight Law the other day. If you go on to Fight Pass, then you can watch a little program. It's only about 20-odd minutes long, but it's a little bit of a history of Bruce Buffer. So interesting. I had no idea. Legit, I had no idea. I didn't know that he was watching boxing with his dad, and he saw Michael Buffer, and he was like, Dad, who's that guy? Because he was really impressed with him. And his dad went, I think that's your brother. Can you imagine that? Can you get your head around that? That's like, how have they not made that into a movie? How have they not made that into a movie? Little Bruce Buffer is watching TV with his dad, loving the boxing, and he sees Michael Buffer going, let's get ready to rumble. And he's like, wow, that's cool. Who's that guy? And his dad goes, that's your brother. I'm sorry. Rewind. What? It's incredible. And then, like, they end up meeting, going for a meal, meeting for the first time. Didn't even know he had a brother. Meeting for the first time, and it's, and then obviously becoming great friends, and, yeah. Crazy. Talking of crazy, we're underway. With the action. Both guys coming out quite quick. I think that might be the fastest we see him move. Is them both running out into the center. Vellante has planted himself in the middle. Here we go. There's stats on screen. Look at this. We're doing some good stuff here. Do you remember the carnage last week when we were trying to do like Tyson and we were trying to do this and everything was like happening at the same time and it was all a mess? It's so nice to just concentrate on one show. So, Trini, shout out to you. Trini BLM still. Shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Collier standing his ground in the centre, looking for a high kick there, but Vellante just backing away a little bit. Big crushing blows coming in by Vellante. I should have had the app open. It's not as if they didn't give me enough time to prepare, is it? Here's me sitting here chatting away, and I still haven't sorted the things I should have sorted. I'm still unprepared. How do you do that? How do they give you like all of that time and then you're still unprepared? It's a special skill. It's a very special skill. Right, I can tell you 13 strikes to 8. 46% accuracy to 43. So Jake Collier, the prototype, is slightly ahead on these striking exchanges. Standing his ground in the centre. Goes for kick to the body, but nicely blocked. Looking for left-hand jab straight down the middle. And he seems to be connecting with these shots. This is more like the Jake Collier that we're used to seeing at 205. Do you remember I was saying that he did a great job of mixing in his strikes with his kicks? And he had really great combo strikes. We're starting to see a little bit more of that in this fight, actually. Really nice exchanges now. And Collier, 22 strikes to 11. So Collier looking quite good here. But he's certainly been caught in the face. And there's quite a bit of blood coming down. So he's been... some of these strikes from Vellante are getting through. And they certainly must be heavy strikes to bust open Collier. 13 shots to the head for Vellante, 16 for Collier. Nice, again, mixing up his striking so well. So well. Some lovely kicks mixed in with his jabs. Firing in his left-hand jab. He tends to fire his kick in. He kind of sets the kick up by hiding it behind a jab. So throw a jab, and then as you're dealing with that, boom, kicks come in and landed. So he is hiding some... Oh, that was a beautiful left hook. Lovely. He hit that as well. Excellent work by Jake Collier. This is so much better than what we've seen recently. Yeah, he's got a nice bounce. Nice movement. Mixing up his striking a lot better. Maybe it was an adjustment thing. Perhaps like... really getting through here against Jean Vellante. I was leaning Vellante because from what I'd seen from Jake Collier, I hadn't been brilliant, but this is a really impressive first round for him. 45 strikes to 24. 45 strikes to 24. In like 4 minutes. Nice exchange of shots. Some jabs straight down the middle by both guys. Again, a little bit of distance between them. Nice low kick coming in by Collier. Again, trying to fire in that left-hand jab up top. Kick to the body by Vellante. We are kind of drifting a little towards the end of the round, but Collier's still throwing his shots in. Collier's round, 100%. Goes for a high kick, and again it's blocked by Volante, but fires in a left-hand jab. Nice uppercut there by Volante. Smile on his face, and that is the end of a very, very impressive round one for Jake Collier. It really doesn't matter what division you're in. If you can fire in 50-odd significant strikes in the first round, you've done amazingly well. So the fact that he has managed to get in 50-odd significant strikes, his accuracy as well at 50-odd%, mixing up his kicks, mixing up his strikes, looking so much better than how he's been in recent times. So much better. So he does have this in him. We have seen this from him, just not so much recently. So I've gone with Jean Volante. That was my prediction. I didn't expect that first round from Jake Collier. Can he keep it up? That's the question. We'll have to see. But he's definitely took that first round. Definitely took that first round. Very good. Very, very good. I've got Collier in round 2, says William Hensey. Well, I'll tell you what. It's looking good for you fans of patterns. For you people that love wins and losses patterns. Because isn't his current record like lost one, lost one, lost? And is he about to win? Live in play. After round 1, Jean Volante is plus 200 now. Jake Collier is now minus 300. So, drastic line movement. Drastic line movement. So, Collier is putting pressure on. Volante doing some counter-striking, but it's not working as well. I do think that Volante is potentially showing a little bit more signs that he's got more power than what Collier has got. Collier has thrown a lot, and Jean Volante's not wearing the kind of damage that Collier is wearing. So I would have to question Collier's power. I do think that Jean Volante has got powerful strikes. So maybe Volante doesn't need to land as many. So, as we said, this is actually quite an interesting fight now. Because the volume is certainly with Collier. He's getting the kicks to the body. He's getting the strikes to the head. We're at 68-37. So far in this round, it's 16-7 on significant strikes. Big heavy kicks to the body there by Collier. Uppercut as well. Volante on the outside, firing back a nice left hand. But nice 1-2 in reply by Jake Collier. Standing in the centre, in blue shorts. Good movement. Constantly changing his position. Nice lateral movement. Looking for a big overhand right, but just whistling by. Volante planted in the centre. His movement nowhere near as good. Quite flat-footed, actually. But, as we said, seems to be displaying a little bit more power. Significant strikes now are, according to the screen, 70-39. That's not on our screen. What is going on? We had a little bit of drama there. I don't know why that wasn't updating. In fact, let me flip onto that screen and it should then update. So, 76-42. I could just look at this screen. I don't even know why I tried to find it on my phone. This screen, though, doesn't tell you round by round. It just gives you overall. So this screen tells us it's 76 significant strikes to 44, but obviously doesn't break that down. I can tell you that of those 77 strikes, 25 have come from round 2. So round 1 was 52-30 for Collier. So far in this round, it's 25-14. So it's very similar, actually. Very, very similar to what we were seeing in round 1. But I got to tell you, Collier's wearing quite a bit of damage now. Volante seems to still be okay. He's obviously not had to work as hard. Oh, looking for a big overhand right from Vellante, who's really firing in some big strikes. Collier looks like he's probably going to take this fight on volume if it keeps going this way. But make no mistake about it, both guys are well in this contest. Both guys throwing left-hand jabs and colliding into each other. Nice 1-2 coming in by Collier. Again, big crushing blow. Lot of blood on the face of Vellante. Kick to the body. Nice right hand coming back. We're at 38-24. Oh, nice hook, left hook by Collier. 91-55 overall now. He's getting to the point where after 2 rounds, he's going to be at 100 significant strikes. That is, in any division, very, very impressive to throw that kind of volume. He tried with a back fist as well there, Collier. He's getting backed up a little bit by Vellante, but Vellante just couldn't really keep that pressure on Collier. This is going to be a second round for Collier, and Vellante is going to be at a point now where he's going to need to get a finish here. Nice kick to the body there by Collier. End of round 2. Very impressive. Very impressive from Jake Collier. Vellante is disappointing me. I've got to be honest. Vellante is doing what I thought Vellante would do. It's Jake Collier that's not doing what I thought he would do. I expected Collier to be a bit more like Vellante. Since he put on this extra weight and he's moved up to this higher division, he's not been showing this. We've not been seeing this. This kind of volume. And very impressive. Very impressive that he's able to do this at this weight. And I, honestly, if he's somehow managed to put it together now, if he's managed to crack fighting in the heavyweight division, he could be a problem. He could be a problem because he's got very good output. The only thing I'd say is he seems to be lacking power. He's throwing a lot and landing over 50%. And we're still, and they're both heavyweights, and we're still going into round 3. So, yeah, there could be a question mark over the power. Right, let's see what he's got. But at the moment, Jake Collier is on the verge of getting. Oh, hello. What we got? Oh, it's low blow time. It is low blow time. I seem to recall saying that we would bring in a low blow counter, didn't we? We did say this. I think I made... Huh? 1919? Is that person drunk? Someone said that it's 1 round each. I think they're absolutely off their faces. Right, he says, are you okay? Right, we are back underway. They're saying that it wasn't really much of a low blow, but we're still going to count it. We're on the lookout for low blows. It wasn't the satisfying low blow that we look for, but... Okay, we are underway. This is the final round. Some nice counter-striking by Vellante. Nice kick to the body. Looks for an overhand. Right, I think we can introduce a low blow counter. I'm really determined to give people what they want. Give me what I want. Right, here we go. Let's pop this down here. It's quite slow now. Collier is still moving forward and throwing in big forearm strikes. It's hard to talk and actually try and do things. But, yeah, you're not missing out on anything. Timeout again. Was that a second low blow? Oh, my God. I'm so glad I brought this in. Is that a second? Oh, my God. It's a second low blow, guys. It's a second low blow. Right, there we go. And I'm so glad that we've got this. Two. We're at two. They've got new graphics as well. I mean, they're not making them whilst they're streaming. In all fairness, they're what are called in the industry as professional. There we go. Boom! Low blow counter, baby! Right, we are back underway. 102. Is it though? You never know if these numbers are telling us the truth. They're flipping not telling us the truth. I don't know what I've done to my computer, but unless I actually click on the window, it won't update. I don't ever changed the setting. I don't know. Is my RAM just like forget this? I don't know. Anyway, 2 minutes to go. Nice jab from Vellante. We're down to 1 minute. Have I even pressed the clock? Are we still on pause? No, we're a minute out. Brilliant. Just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't bring in new graphics and try and manage all these things as well. And keep an eye on low blows. It's too much for one man. We've got about 1:20 in round 3. Round 3 has not been great. But strike-wise, I can tell you, it is still 31-17 to Collier. Neither guy's really been in any trouble. Collier seems to have more of the damage, but Vellante has been easily outstruck. Collier is, again, firing a big right hand to the face. Yeah, lots of damage on the face of Collier. But it'd be really interesting if this fight was to never end. Who would win? If this went 10 rounds, who would win? I mean, would his volume ultimately win? Or would it be Vellante's power that would finally break through? I don't know. I don't know who would win. They're both standing there. They both look equally as exhausted. I don't know who would win the fight. But I think the judges give it to Collier because he's landed more. Swing and a miss. Kick to the body by Collier into the final 10 seconds. Going to go to decision. So it goes to decision. Vellante puts his hands up. I've no idea why. Because that is surely going to be Jake Collier. Do the other side for eye pokes. Oh, I can't be keeping an eye on everything, can I? Flippity flip. I suppose I could. I suppose I could. I suppose it's not the big setting it up. I suppose is the drama, isn't it? Let's have a look and see. Let's have a look and see. Eyes. Right, yeah, let us know in the chat who you think's... Well, does anyone think that Jean Volante has won that? Anyone? I don't think Jean Volante's won that. Got this one wrong. 29-28 for Collier. I want to make sure it's about the same size. It's about the same size, isn't it? There we go, look. We are really leveling up this stream, aren't we? We are going to the next level. Right, here we go. (30-27). All three judges. (30-27). Collier gets all 3 rounds. Many congratulations to him. He looked very impressive tonight. Very, very impressive. 140 significant strikes. Those eyes look funny. They do look a bit funny. I wanted them to look similar to the 2 objects, the 2 balls, if you will. I wanted them to look like that, and this was the closest I could find. Okay. We are done with our first fight. Hang on. Yeah, put your scores in. Did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? I got it wrong. Gotta hold my hands up. Looks okay. My predictions are on point, says Boxing History. Has Seth Rollins been around those eyeballs? Maybe he has. It's not looking quite right. I've got to be honest. I wouldn't launch... Yeah, I've made that worse. See, this is a problem. All I'm gonna do is fixate on these eyes, and this is the problem. If it would allow me to make the outline a bit thicker, then I would be a bit happier, but that is the max I can do on the outline. I mean, that is, honestly, it's horrific. I know it's horrific. We'll get it tweaked for next week. You've got my word on that. We'll get it tweaked for next week. But I'm a man of my word in that I said I was going to give you the low blow thing, and I did. So, I don't want no one talking about me online, saying that I'm a liar. Saying I'm a savage. Booty nasty. Poke my eyes. We'll have none of that kinkiness here, thank you. I hope nothing falls down the crevice this time. Oh, hello. Oh, yes. I didn't know what you was on about then, dude. But yes, in the ring. Wasn't it his mouthpiece a few weeks ago fell down the crevice and went actually under the octagon? That was one of the craziest things. That was so strange. That was so strange. Yeah, that was fun, man. That was a really fun show. It's always good to see the odd crevice, though, isn't it? Makes you feel alive. 1 point for Queen's prediction. Right, let's change this, and then we've got to change graphics, and there's other things we've got to do. See, that looks better, doesn't it? It looks better when it's bigger. Looks better when it's bigger. Can I make eye pokes bigger then? See, I'm going to do this now. This is what you're seeing right now is what I spend most of my life doing. Tinkering. They call me the Tinkerer. I still don't like it. Right, forget it, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's as good as it's getting right now. Right, what is our next fight? That is the question on everyone's mind. Is it Deladze? Taporia is up next. Taporia. This should be a really good fight. So, I'm not going to bother leaving the Battle Dome because we are where we are right now with it. So, Taporia, he is the better fighter on ground and on his feet. He is only 23 years old. My full support is behind Taporia in this fight. He is only 23, right? 23. He's 9-0. 1-0 in the UFC. Big prospect. Big, bright future. He's coming into this fight as favourite, minus 250. He beat Zalal in his debut. He's going to be looking for takedowns. As we said, top prospect. He's a very intelligent grappler. He's got great jiu-jitsu skills. Heavy hands. He's had a full camp. And he's got 7 first-round finishes. Of his 9 wins, 7 first-round finishes. So Ilia Topuria is a real problem in the UFC, in the featherweight division. So love this guy. Really hope he comes in and gets the job done. So fully behind Topuria. He's taking on Damon Jackson. Damon Jackson is 1-0 in the UFC. He's got a lot of experience, though, because his record is 18-3 with 1 draw. He's 32 years old. He managed to beat Bektic last time out, which was such an upset. And he really had to overcome some big problems. He really had to overcome some difficult situations. He's got a lot of experience. He doesn't really specialize in any area in particular, but he is very dangerous when he's on his back. He's very opportunistic. He's very tough. He can definitely grind out a win. As we said, he's got 18 of them. 18 wins, only 3 defeats. If we go down to the bottom and scroll down a little bit, you can see 78% of Jackson's wins coming via submission. As we said, very dangerous off his back. He can find submissions from there. So very comfortable when he's down on the ground. If he's got a strength, it's definitely in that area. He has got some knockout wins on his record also. But very similar if you look at the breakdown compared to Ilia Topuria. 11% of his wins coming by knockout, technical knockout. 17 for Jackson. 78% coming by submission. Exactly the same as Jackson. Both guys, 11%, 6% for fights going decision. So this is going to be really interesting. We got no numbers on Topuria. We got a few numbers on Jackson. But yeah, for me, I'm so into Ilia Topuria that I really hope he can get the job done here. So heavily leaning over to him. Let me know in the chat what you've got, who you've got. Are you seeing it the same as me? Have you gone with Topuria? Has your research took you in a different direction? What are you seeing? Just going to jump onto Twitter and just let people know that we are live. I've got Jackson, round 3, submission, says Sunny Wolf. I've got Jackson, says Crazy Ginger Jake Holden. Shout out to you. Austin316 says Taporia in round 2. Danny Barnhouse has got Taporia in round 2. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden says I've got Jackson. A lot of people with Jackson. A lot of people with... This isn't Michael Jackson. This is Damon Jackson. It's not even Janet Jackson. I wish it was Janet Jackson. Can you imagine if we were getting Ilia Taporia against Janet Jackson? That would have saved this show, wouldn't it? It wouldn't have mattered if every other fight had been cancelled. People would have tuned in for that. Might have been a wardrobe malfunction at some point. Right. Taporia, round 1. I hope it goes the distance, says Southside Chronicles. Shout out to you, my friend. Hayden has got Taporia. Damon Jackson is a grapple monster. Here he is, look. Here he is. Ilia Taporia, 9-0. Coming out of Alicante, Spain. There's a lot of people in the UK that go on holiday to Alicante. Here he is. I like his tattoos. His tattoos look really cool. Hi, Chrissy. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're about to get going, guys. Boom, we are underway. Taporia in red, Jackson in black. Right, Taporia standing his ground in the middle. Jackson looking for a low kick, but Taporia just slightly out of range. So Jackson doing a good job of mixing up his kicks and his strikes, but he's backed up against the cage here. Taporia was just unloading a few shots. He was starting to Poria those shots on. That's what he was starting to do. I understand if you all leave. Big strikes to the body there by Taporia. Nice strike there. Beautiful right hand to the face by Jackson. Looking for an overhand right as well. And Taporia responding with the exact same. So at the moment, I would say Taporia is looking the better fighter. He's got Jackson a little bit backed up against the cage. Although saying that, Jackson started to come forward now. Certainly the numbers are showing that Taporia just slightly ahead on the striking exchanges. Taporia getting 7 of those strikes to the body. Jackson has got Taporia pinned up against the side of the cage at the moment. Nice knee strike coming in. Looks for a high kick, Jackson, but can't land it. Going for an uppercut there, Taporia. Again, both guys jabbing out at each other. Back into the centre. Only 2 minutes gone in this so far. There's been a lot of action. It's a really fun fight, actually. Jackson's busted open already. So, really shows the power that Taporia's carrying. He's managed to bust open Jackson's nose. Again, he's got him driven back against the cage. And it's got him pinned against the cage. But Jackson with a really nice knee strike. Again, he keeps firing in that left straight. Left straight to the head. And it's setting up a nice right hook. And again, looking for a beautiful body shot there. Looking for uppercuts to the body. And down goes Jackson! Down goes Jackson! The ref has stepped in. Stop the fight. Stop the fight. Taporia wins. The prospect carries on. The prospect goes 10-0, 2-0 in the UFC. And this guy looks very impressive. Knocking down. He had him right against the cage. Beautiful uppercut. Beautiful shot to the body. Boom. And it's a right hand. Goes over the top. Those strikes. He's working the body, mixing it up. Look at those strikes. It's a beautiful shot to the body, right to the liver. Boom. And then overhand right. Ah, look at that body shot. Look at that left hand. You can see the body rippling away with the impact. Beautiful. Oh, it's lovely combo striking. I could watch that all day. It's so impressive. It's like Matrix stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's like operating at a speed where you can see the openings. I'm going to go, there's an opening there. I'm taking that. Now that's there. I'm going for that. It's beautiful. So it really impresses me. Do love good striking like that. Topuria is no joke, says D Gamer. I know. Very impressive. I love that body shot. That body shot. Put everything into it as well. And you guys, if you're going to do something, you should always put everything into it. And he did. Bang to the body. Rippling away. We've said that about the low blows. I'm a big fan of low blows. Because it's always funny to see people get kicked in the downstairs area and just know that it's not you. So a good low blow, I think, is very satisfying for a lot of men around the world to see. And that's very satisfying as well, where you see it rippling, the body rippling in reaction. Very good. Very good. Austin says, Topuria is very close to my age. He's very close to my age as well. He's 23. What a knockout, says Crazy Ginger. It was great, wasn't it, dude? The Sensible David. Loving that name. The Sensible David. I had Topuria by sub. That's 2 bets in a row. It only takes 1 to erase a few of those odds, though. True. Very, very true, my friend. Wrestling Days fan says that was great. Brian says it's funny until it happens to you. Oh, yeah, completely. I mean, I think most guys have gone through that experience. So I would say pretty much all guys at some point have been through that experience. And, you know what I mean? It is painful. So get to tune in once a week and watch... it happened to other people is one of the biggest draws for the UFC for me. It's one of the reasons I watch. Whew, glad that's not me. Is it funny watching someone get kicked in the balls just as long as it doesn't happen to yourself? Yes. That is fact. Okay, I love that body shot. Lovely, lovely body shots. I love that uppercut as well. That uppercut that he throws that hits his lip. And his lip's like... on the slow-mo. So Topuria throws this uppercut and it goes... and then he follows it up with the boom and the... There's a lot of jiggling going on in this fight. A lot of jiggling. And then bang. Oh. Excellent. Really like this guy. 10-0, 8 first round finishes. He is 23 years old. 23 years old. I think I was still being breastfed at that age. So, very, very young. Wait, I thought we were all 21. Yeah, we are. Bork Flazer says, I was born in 1927, which makes you 21. Stratton says, I'm 420. Pork face, how dare you try and spread fake news. So they're just interviewing Topuria now because, of course, he has slightly ruined the night by ending the fight early. So on a fight that's only got 8, on a card that's only got 8 fights, I should imagine Dana White's like, oh, you absolutely, what have you done that for? So yeah, they are doing an interview with him at the moment. And they were saying that you've been working the body a lot. The rest of the division are certainly paying attention to you now. Okay, he wants to say something, but they need an interpreter. They've just took it off him. You've had your chance. You've had your chance, mate. You've said what you needed to say. So they said, oh, you want to say something? Okay, let's get an interpreter. And just as he was waiting for the interpreter, they went, give us your headset. Just give us your headset. Okay, we're moving on. That is mean, isn't it? That is mean. You should knock them all out now. You should knock them all out. He might have said something really deep and meaningful. Do you know what I mean? I mean, probably not, but he might have. You're the demo god for 60 to 99, says Rare Unicorn. Thank you. Thank you. They're just showing us a video package of Vettori right now. So we've got a little video package on that. And as I said, it is going to be a bit of a night of that because we have only got 8 fights. We've only got 8 fights. Although, amazingly, I've only just looked at the clock. We're 37 minutes away from the main card. How's that happened? How's that, like... That's flown by. Like, this show started an hour and 20 minutes ago, and we started half an hour before that. Crazy how fast time goes, isn't it? Crazy. Next fight, who you got? Imagine if Topuria did start knocking everyone out. Yeah, that'd be cool. You probably wouldn't get any bonuses or any future fights, but it'd be cool. Right, let's move on from Topuria. We've got Smolka against Jose Quinones. Look at that moustache. Look at that moustache. What a freaking legend. Woo! Look at that. If he had like a suit on and like a little waistcoat and a little hat, he could be in like a western, couldn't he? Could be a western. He could be like a sheriff or an outlaw or something like that. Wonderful. Well done to Jose Quinones. Right, so on this fight, let's have a look. My notes are all over the place because, of course, they've changed the order around quite a bit. Not tons of notes on this one. I can tell you Smolka's coming in as favourite. He's coming in as -130. Jose Quinones is also, I believe he was coming in as a minus as well. It was a little bit of a pick-em. Let's have a look, see what the latest odds are. See what they've got it as. They've got it as... No, the odds have changed now. So they've got it as Smolka at -125. They've got Jose Quinones as +105 now. So -125. So Smolka is coming in as favourite. And Jose Quinones coming in at +105. I'm going with Quinones because he has got a killer moustache. And also his nickname is El Teco, which sounds very similar to El Taco. And I love tacos. So I'm going with Jose Quinones. I'm going with him because he's a good volume striker. He's got really good movement. He's got really nice leg kicks. I think that he could get the job done in this. I think that he's a really good matchup for Lewis Smolka. Smolka, there's a few questions around him. This was a fight we were meant to get a few weeks ago. But Smolka actually went through a bit of dizziness and nausea, and the fight was pulled. I mean, it's just been on trend in 2020 to pull fights. So the fight was pulled, and Smolka, as we said, had gone through dizziness and nausea and everything. Perfectly fine now, but apparently there's big question marks about his lifestyle. If you actually look at, like, online, there's pictures of him, like, not eating very healthy, missing weight. There's big question marks about where Smolka is as a mentally and preparation, and I'm sure the last time he weighed in, he came in like overweight. So yeah, big question marks about Smolka. He's a very good fighter though. 14 finishes out of his 16 wins, 7 knockouts, 7 submissions. He's got some nice hooks and feints, and he's got lots of experience. He's a pressure fighter. The thing is, he's inconsistent. You don't know what you're going to get. You could get an incredible fighter, or you could get someone that's really off their game. Even though he's got 16 wins, he's got 7 defeats. So don't bet this. If you're putting down that sweet dollar, I wouldn't put it down on this fight unless you really think you've got a big read on it. I think Smolka's unpredictable. I think that there's big question marks around his lifestyle. And I think that Quinones, you know what you're going to get from him. I think he's a very good fighter. I think that there are paths to victory for him. And he's coming in as the underdog. And I'm going for the underdog on this. I'm going for Quinones, who, as I said, has got good volume, striking. He has got good movement. He's got really good kicks. Those kicks cannot be underestimated. And he's going to be a little bit quicker as well. So, and he's got a killer moustache. I don't know what else you want. So, yeah, I have gone with Mustachio Man. Let me know who you are picking in this one. I'm confident on Smolka, says Callum. Well, I like it. I like confidence. I will be the first to admit I am not confident on this fight. I wouldn't touch this with a barge pole. But then I don't own a barge pole. So, people are still spending that smoker narrative 3 fights ago, says Young Barrymore. I've got Smolka inside the distance. Looks like people are loving Smolka here. James Chadwick says, I'm going with Smolka because he's on fire. Austin's got Smolka. Well, I'm in the minority, aren't I? I'm in the minority. That's fine. I like that. Listen, they call me the loner. Yeah. So I'm very comfortable with being on my own. So I'm out here on my own. I'm not even saying you'll see. Am I? I'm not sitting here saying you'll all be sorry. You'll all come begging back to me, begging for forgiveness. I'm not even saying that because I haven't got a read on this one. It very much could be Smolka. So, we'll see. Days, you missed William's super chat. I didn't hear it. Did she read it out? I can't even see it. If I missed it a long flipping time ago, and it's been removed. So, no, I didn't see it, Austin. Knowing you, though, Austin, you're probably lying to me. He wanted to give you his OnlyFans page. I'd definitely take that link, let me tell you. Apparently, I like to look at naughty stuff after streams. That would be the naughty stuff of choice for tonight if I was to go to William Hence's fans only. Because knowing William Hensey, it would be extra naughty. Do you know what I mean? He would turn that naughtiness level up to 11. Heather, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Hope you are well. Let's go Quinones. Oh, yes, Jared. Jared's with me. So's Miss Clownbot. Here we go. Look, we're getting a little faction together now. There's a group of us. We're the cool kids. We're basically the, I don't know. What were they called in Greece? You had the T-Bird. Was they, I don't know. What are they? The Pink Ladies? We're not them. We're not them. Don't think we're them. We're not them, guys. Don't worry about that. Well, maybe we are. I don't know. I can't even remember what the other ones were called. Was it the T-Birds? Oh, my God. I've never watched Grease all the way. Well, I've seen clips. Do you know what I mean? I've seen clips. But I've never sat down and watched it from start to finish. It's not me. It's not who I am. So, but I know there's Pink Ladies. Whatever. We'll just be them. I can't be bothered with this conversation anymore. We've turned into Pink Ladies, guys. They're both great. Let's just wait and see. Yeah. The Quinones kids. That would have been better, wouldn't it? LSW, you're probably right. I should have gone with that. Instead, I've agreed to be a pink lady now. Oh! So, sometimes it's just so hard. Okay. I've got Quinones, says Sean. Noah's got Quinones as well. Here we go. The Greasers. I don't think they were called the Greasers. What were they called? Someone must have seen Grease. You had the Pink Ladies, and what was Danny Zuko's boys called? See, I know some names. Was it the T-Birds? What were they called? Someone's going to know. There's going to be someone in the chat that saw it. Right, more video packages, but we should be going to our next fight soon, which, as we said, is Smolka versus Jose Alberto Quinones. Quinones. This is in the bantamweight division. Quinones is 30. Smolka is 29. Men one call going with Quinones. T-Birds. T-Birds. It was T-Birds. What was I saying? I said T-Birds, didn't I? Did I say T-Birds? People are saying T-Birds now. I was literally... There was a moment where I was sitting here waiting for people to tell me what they were called. So I appreciate those of you that have just done that. Smolka by decision. Yeah, we're the T-Birds. Smolka, round one, says Danny Barnhouse. Christopher says, it's all right, Days. Just own it. Bathe in pink. Nice. Bathe in pink. Is there a more manly colour than pink? Because honestly, if you wear it and you own it, then more power to you. Look at Dominic Mysterio. Look how manly he looked. T-Birds or T-Bar? It's a big question. Big question. The T-Birds. I was thinking greasers and socks from the Outsiders, says Monica King. Right, well, anyway, I think we've covered our extensive Grease trivia. I'm really pleased that we managed to do that. So excellent work, guys. We've ticked that box. So we are just at commercial break. I don't know if it is ring walks at the moment. I would imagine it is. I unfortunately am sat here in the UK. We are a deprived people. We don't get the opportunity to watch those ring walks. For some reason, we're not worthy. We have to go to commercial break whenever that happens. So I'm sitting here watching commercials, yeah, because that's all I deserve, right? But in America, you guys, I think, get to see the ring walks. So I hope they're good. I hope you're enjoying them. I hope there's some sass or swag on display. But as soon as we do get back to the octagon, then we should be ready to go. Quinones, round 2, says Noah. Southside Chronicles saying Quinones as well. Sunny Wolf is snuggled under her blanket. Hopefully it's a Sherpa blanket. James Terrell, the format looks way better on a TV screen. The US don't get ring walks either. Oh, don't you? Oh, I thought you did. I thought you did get ring walks. Oh, well, why don't they show them? Why don't they show them? I mean, I suppose in a way you are just watching someone walk to the octagon. But I do like those little stats that they give you when they're putting the Vaseline on. I do like that. Oh, I thought you guys got them. Monica says, I'm getting ring walks. I'm getting ring walks as well, says Wrestling Days fan. Oh. Well, I don't know what's happening now. Now it just seems like favoritism. Days, I blame you and Triple T for me being on Santa's naughty list this year. What did you do? Smolka by decision. Bob Loblaw. Loblaw. Bob Loblaw. Bob Loblaw, 1, 2, 3, says, come on, you Spurs. Dos Jose's. Jose Quinones tonight and Jose Mourinho tomorrow. Man U won today, didn't they? Which was excellent news. Well done to them. Man U, if you're watching, well done. Lewis Smolka against Jose Quinones. Quinones is... Smolka missed weight a few weeks ago, but he has come in at 134.5. Quinones. Right, looking forward to this one. Looking forward to proving you all wrong. Yeah. And I'll be like, suck it. Yeah. Not getting ring walks. Join the club, Days. Okay. Well, come on, that's it. We can all be pink ladies again. If you're not getting ring walks, then you're in the pink ladies club. If you think that Quinones is going to win this, then you're a T-bird. Days, it's pronounced Ho-si, not Josie. Oh, Ho-si, not Josie. Oh, potato. Tomato, tomato. Does anyone say potato? I think we've covered this before. I don't think anyone does. Right, here we go. Here we freaking go. I'm looking forward to all the apologies. Boom. Underway. Come on, Quinones. In green. Mash him up. Mash him up. El Taco. Right, we are up and running. We are underway. David Paul, shout out to you. Are we still watching Tribute tomorrow? Yes. Here we go. Look, he's driving Smolka back, taking him down. Yeah! That means we've basically won. Okay, they've got back up again. They're back up again. He wanted that. He wanted to let him back up because that means he can take him back down again in a second. So, Quinones already with a takedown.
David Paul is a legend.
He is a legend.
They donated $2 via a super chat.
Sweet one.
Hey Days, are we still watching Tribute tomorrow?
Yep. All over it, mate. We'll be, it'll be celebrating Quinones' victory stream. That's what it's going to be. Bob Lob Law, 1, 2, 3, shout out to you. I love that name. I love simple names, like David's. But I do like, I'm a fan of Bob Loblaw. Oh, he's down on his back, Smolka. What are you doing down there, Smolka? Shouldn't be on your back, should you? Ah. You're getting tagged quite a bit here by Quinones. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, leg kick coming in. Couple of pop. To the body as well. Smoker with a little bit of combo strikes. Nice pop, pop. Nice counter right, yeah. Couple of jabs. Nice overhand coming in by Smoker. Quinones with a shot to the body. I think we can all see the numbers. Look at the numbers. 13 significant strikes to 9. Woo! Dominating. Takedown as well. Yeah. Pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Once you pop, you can't stop. They call him Pringles. It's the Pringles man. Oh my God. It's the Pringles man. Have I got Pringles? Why haven't I got Pringles? I normally have Pringles. I haven't got any Pringles. There's Pringles over there. The Pringles man. Once you pop, you can't stop. Pop, 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 pop. Strike's coming in. He catches the leg. Boom. Big overhand right. Driving back Smoker. 17 to 15. It is absolute domination. Absolute domination. We've never seen a one-sided contest like this before. He's managed to grab him, and Smoker trying to take down Quinones. Quinones is like, no Nez. That's what he was like. He was like, no Nez. So he stays on his feet. Smoker moving forward. Big overhand rights. Goes for a leg kick. Quinones backing up a little bit. Nice little pop, 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 pop. Knee strike as well. Yeah! Look at these combos by Quinones. Quinones has decided that he was ahead on significant strikes so much he doesn't want to be anymore. So now we're just going to go through a period of just letting him have a few more strikes than us. So this is fine. This is all part of that game plan. Very clever work this by Quinones. Very clever. It's called False Sense of Security. And it's all about making Smoker think that he's doing better than he is. So here we go. Look, always not letting him get too far ahead. Do you know what I mean? It's just a fire. It's just a brawl in it. This. Look at the shots they're firing in. Lovely combo strikes by Quinones. Good movement by Quinones as well, who's getting backed up a little bit against the cage. 50-odd seconds to go. Only 4 strikes difference. Only 1 strike difference. Here we go. That false sense of security, it's being wiped away. Pop, 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 pop. Shots to the bar. Takedown by Smoker. But Quinones gets up. I don't think they should count that. I don't think that counts. Because it doesn't count. Why have you added it? It doesn't count. They can't say that was a takedown. Although he is on his back, in all fairness. And he is on the ground. 2! Can't have 2. Okay, well, Quinones is on his back a little bit. He just wanted to see what it was like down there. He's back up onto his feet. A few jabs coming in. Quinones, big first round. Big first round. Look at Smoker's face. There's more blood on his face than he's got in his body. Busted open. Busted open. Men1 Cool, shout out to you, my friend. I'd have to say Smoker, wouldn't I? More total strikes, more significant strikes, more takedowns in the end. So Quinones getting an excellent lead. Smoker showing great heart. I think what we're seeing at the moment is that second wind. I think what we're seeing right now is really the last of what Smoker has got. And in a way, it's very sad to see. I feel sad for Smoker. He gets the round, but he also gets my pity. I pity him. So, well done, Smoker. But I pity you. I pity you. Because in round 2, it's all downhill for Smoker. Oh, it's all downhill. You know, like them boxcar racers. That's basically what Smoker is in round 2. He is a boxcar that's going downhill, baby. So, round 2, we are up and running. Real fun fight, this one, isn't it? Real fun fight. Great little fist fight at the start. Someone on screen, I didn't see who it was. gave that first round to Quinones, and I think that was one of the judges. So, Quinones is given that first round. I think that's how they judge it. They look at the tweets that they put on screen. So that's good enough for me to say that Quinones is winning this contest. And he's managed to grab Smolka. Takedown for Quinones! Takedown! Yeah, managed to get him down, baby! And they get back up. But that takedown. There we go, look. 2-2. 2-2. It's time for a bit of ballet. We're 2-2. Knees to the body by Smolka. Both guys in the center at the moment. Quinones looking the busier right now. Nice right hand by Smolka. We said it was all going to be downhill, and he's already been taken down. Knee strike to the face by Quinones. Who's, I've got to tell you, his moustache isn't looking quite as on point. This has been a war. There's no denying that. Both of these guys have been in a fight. This is not going to have been an easy day's work for Quinones, who finds himself taken down. And as much as I'd love to joke about it, that was a sick takedown by Smolka. That was really freaking impressive. Really good. Strike to the side of the head by Smolka. Quinones is... he's got Smolka on his back. He's got to be careful here. Few strikes coming in. He's covering up. Pounding away, and Quinones has got to get out of this situation, because the ref's going to have a look at this soon. The ref has stopped it. The ref has stopped it. We said this fight would be close. We said that we weren't confident which way it was going to go. It's gone to Smolka, and he very much deserves it. So Smolka, lots of question marks around his lifestyle. He was overweight before. He's come in weight this time. And there we go. Smolka wins. So hard to call. Really hard to call that one. But it has gone with Smolka. Ha 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 days. I know. It was a lot of fun, that fight, wasn't it? A lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. Firefight. Didn't know which way it was going to go. And in the end, it's Smolka that just about pips that victory. Just about managed to find that victory in round 2. And, well done to him. He was the favourite coming into this. He was minus 130 compared to Quinones, who was plus 105. But big result there. Well done to Smolka. Who had Smolka? I can't remember who had who, to be honest. It's really hard because there's so many that come through the chat. There's so many people that are like, I'm going with this, I'm going with that. I feel like it was 50-50 as to who had who. So, yeah, hard to remember. Hard to remember on that one. But a very good fight. And do you know what? That's all that matters, isn't it? Was we entertained? Yes, we was. Yes, we was. My life feels richer for having seen that match. So in many ways, we're all winners. I think that's how we look at it. Hello, how are you doing? Here we are. We're just going to get the official decision now. The official decision, of course, Smolka victorious. Excellent work for him. By TKO. This is not Fight 14. We'll not have that said. Where are we going next? Dave in real life, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. You're joining us at a good time and joining us just for the main card. This is where things get serious now. No more messing around with those stupid prelims. Not interested in those. It's all about the main card. This is where my predictions are actually on screen. Yeah? Not messing around with all this other stuff that no one cares about. Even the fighters in these fights don't care who wins. Yeah? It's time for the main flipping card now. Main flipping card. We'll be accepting your apology, says Jason. Oh, I can do that, Jason. I'll do that for you. This is an apology to Jason Dalton and anyone else in the chat that feels that they need an apology. I mean this. I really do mean this. I am so sorry that I am so good at streaming and so impressive with being able to bring you hour upon hour upon hour of content. And I do apologize, and I really mean this, because I understand that you could be off doing anything else, but you are here, you are joining us, you're participating, you're contributing, and I apologize for making this so good, unmissable, so addictive, the nectar. Do you know what I mean? I do. I apologize for that. I apologize, because I could phone it in. I could phone it in. I could sit here. I could be like, next fight we've got is Matt Wyman taking on Jordan Levitt. And a fun fact about Jordan Levitt: his initials are JL. And a fun fact about Matt Wyman: his initials are MW. I could be like that, couldn't I? We've all seen them out there on the internet. Yeah. I apologize if this is so addictive that it is literally taking up your lives. So there we go. I didn't think I'd do it. I didn't think I'd apologize. I didn't think I had to. But Jason wanted it. And that is for those that needed to hear that apology. So for those of you that needed it, have it. Take it. We're still a little way off. We're about 8 minutes away from the main card. So we do have 8 minutes to kill. This is where I go to a whole nother level now by having to try and fill that time. And even I sitting here right now haven't got a clue how we're going to do that. But it's never a problem, is it? It's never a problem. Will there be a song? Probably. Will there be a joke or two? Will there be some hijinks? Who knows? But we'll go with the flow. So I can tell you what we are going to do, actually. And that is do a quick little preview for Wyman versus Levitt. We'll go that way. So this next fight is going to be lightweight division. Jordan Levitt minus 400. Matt Wyman plus 330. And I'll give you a little bit of backstory on this. So Wyman, we did talk about this earlier. But there's obviously people joining us all the time because this is a very addictive stream. I've got a very addictive personality. I'm very out there, very, do you know what I mean? Bigger than life is what some reviews have said. Granted, they were written by my mum. But, you know, and I've apologised for all of that. But Wyman is making his 18th UFC fight in 15 years. He was absent between 2014 and 2019. And no, that doesn't mean that he was abducted by aliens and turned into a monolith that keeps appearing and disappearing all over the world. And we've all got question marks around that. But no, that's not what happened to him. But I actually don't know what happened to him. I don't know why he went away. I think he retired. And then he came back, and he's been flipping awful. He's been awful. So his comeback is 37. I mean, that's basically like it's time to get into a retirement home, old man kind of age, isn't it? So 37. He is not looking great. Fundamentals aren't great. He's lost 2 in a row. He might have a striking advantage, maybe. He is a jiu-jitsu black belt. He's certainly experienced. And he is a good striker. But look, they're putting him in against Jordan Levitt, who is 7-0, 5 submission wins, great jiu-jitsu. He's very calm and comfortable. He's relentless with his takedowns. He looked really good coming through contenders. Weigh this up however you want. Right? Jordan Levitt is taking this. He's coming in as minus 400. minus 400, unless old man Wyman, yeah, is about to come in and shock us all by turning the clocks back, yeah, then this has got to be Jordan Levitt that's going to get the victory here. So I've got Levitt. Noah says I'm going Levitt, as you should. As you should. Sonny Wolf says Levitt round 3. Stratton Klein says Levitt by submission. Danny Barnhouse has got Levitt. Wrestling Days fan has got Levitt round 2. Wyman has got no submission losses. That is true. He doesn't have any submission losses. But as we said, he's getting a little bit older now. And I do think that he's at the point where he's gonna start becoming susceptible to these high-level jiu-jitsu fighters. And even though Levitt maybe doesn't... This is his UFC debut. So even though Levitt doesn't have like all this wealth of experience, I do think that he's very calm. He's very comfortable. He's very relentless as well. This is a guy that's going to keep going for those takedowns. And I think he'll be able to deal with Wyman striking. Very comfortable with this. Very comfortable. Levitt submission, says David Connolly. Could Levitt knock him out in the first? I'm not looking at a knockout because Levitt is 7-0 and 5 of those wins have come by sub. So I'm not looking at knockouts for this. I'm riding a Tapura Levitt parlay. Oh, that's a good parlay. That's a good parlay. Levitt Tapuria parlay. Yeah. What were the odds on that? Paul, if you do get a chance to let us know. I'd be interested to know what odds you got on that. Trini says, Days, did you just call me retirement age? No, Trini. No. You've got confused. I was talking about old people. And everyone knows, Trini, that you're not old. So, no. I definitely wasn't talking about you. Aren't you in your 20s, Trini? I heard you as one of them 19-year-olds. I heard you as one of them youngsters. I was going to say young hipsters. I don't know why. I couldn't even be bothered to say young hipsters. I changed it to youngsters. So, yeah, I hear you're one of them, aren't you? Trini, haven't you heard you can beat anything on the internet? If I sat here day after day telling everyone I was a plant, pretty sure by the end of, the year, people would be like, did you hear about Daisy? He turned into a plant. You can be anything you want on the internet, mate. California, love, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, you're not alone, mate, honestly. There's a lot of addiction towards these streams, and I think there will be a help group that is going to start up. It's something that I didn't really want to shine a light on, but Jason wanted me to apologise, and I was happy to do that. Young hipsters. Wyman will kick him in the balls in round 1. Well, I hope so, because I went to a lot of time and expense setting up those graphics. I don't just do that for nothing. So I do want to start using them. So I am hoping for some more eye pokes and low blows. I'd say that's the big thing. Low blows, eye pokes, and fights are the big thing that are missing from these cards. The big things that are missing from tonight. Low blows, eye pokes, and actual fights. Ovens Saint Preux, a legend in UFC backstage. Oh, hello. Jamal Hill is here, giving it a little bit of this. It doesn't look great when you can't hear the music. Do you know what I mean? Like Jamal Hill, he's backstage, he's got his headphones in, it's like this. But when you can't hear what he's playing, do you know what someone could do? Someone could get that clip and you could put any flipping music on top of that. Someone's got to do that. That little clip of Jamal Hill backstage like this, yeah? You've got to take that and you've got to drop something on top like, baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark, da 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 da, baby shark. Daddy shark, da 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 da, daddy shark, da 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 da, daddy shark, da 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 da, daddy shark. Someone's got to do that. Maybe not that song. Doesn't have to be that song. I said there'd be songs, didn't I? Do you remember when I said we got 8 minutes to kill? I was like, will there be songs? Probably. Who knew? Who knew? Well, there it is. Jamal Hill doing his little backstage dancing. And I put my hands up, played that song, butterflies fly away. Yeah, there's a party in the USA. I mean, that's a tune, actually. I really like that Ariana Grande, Positions. It's #1 in the UK. Might be #1 around the world, I don't know. I was listening to it the other day. It's like, yeah, this is a good tune. Don't give him something cool. If anyone out there is doing it, don't give him Ariana Grande, Positions, because that would make sense. Do you know what I mean? It's got to be something like Wheels on the Bus. Anyway, we started with the main. I probably should tweet out, shouldn't I? I tend to tweet out every once in a while, and, you know, when the show actually starts would probably be a good time to send a tweet. Hermansson for the win. Hermansson for the dub. Sweet dub for Jack Hermansson. I agree. I've got that down. I got Hermansson. I got Hill, just because of his moves. Benitez, Dolidze, and Levitt. I guess you don't listen to Grime. Oh, Tim. Oh, Tim. Timmy, Tim. Timmy, Tim. Tim. A little bit. I like the godfathers of grime. So if you want to come to me and talk about Wiley, and if you want to talk about like Skepta and people like that, if you're going to talk about current artists and where grime has evolved to, we're going to start struggling, right? But if you want to talk Wiley, if you want to talk Skepta, if you want to talk obviously Dizzy Rascal, I mean, who wasn't on Boy in the Corner? Fix Up Look Sharp. So yeah, that kind of stuff. Granted, I would agree, the more commercial side of grime. I would agree. I'm straight there with you. Yeah, I'm straight there with you. But no, grime is certainly a genre that I've got appreciation for. I don't like being boxed in. Don't like being boxed in when it comes to musical genres. I'll have a little dabble anywhere. Do you know what I mean? I'll have a little dabble anywhere. There could be some really good, like, Swedish lumper music. I don't know. Wasn't really the words I was looking for, actually. What are them bands? What's that German band? Is it an band? It's not an lumper band, is it? I want to go, hoo, 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 hoo. I want to do that. I don't know why. Is that music? Hoo, 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 hoo. Oh, my God, I don't know. Stormzy. Is he grime? I would say there's a real mixture in there. I mean, obviously there's grime elements. There's old hip-hop elements in there. There's gospel elements in there. There's quite a lot of stuff going on in, like, Stormzy's music. But yeah, big fan of Stormzy. Big fan. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, that's. I can't sit here and like go through his tracks, mainly because the stream would be taken down due to all of the swearing. Good evening, Days fam, says Jamie. Shout out to you, fam. Shout out to you. Can someone delete this chat? Hang on, let's try and get to the chat. Boom. Daisy's favourite wrestler is Bo Dallas. Swedish House Mafia. Is that your favourite? D-double-E, mates. Shout out to you, Tim Ski. I've got James for some reason. I feel he has it. Oh, yeah. We spoke about that earlier. We probably should go back to UFC, shouldn't we? We've had a little dabble in the world of music. But yeah, when it comes to the James fight, that's obviously going to have quite a bit of emotion to it. We said earlier his terminally ill father's going to be in his corner. I've gone with Benitez on that one. I think he's got the experience. He's got hard kicks. His kicks are devastating. He's got a real advantage on the ground as well. Nasty body kick. nasty calf kick. He's not improving anymore. I mean, he's at a point where you know what to expect from him. I'm not expecting to be blown away by something different. So I kind of know what to expect from Benitez. James could get the win. It'd be a good win for him. He's coming in at plus 160 underdog. There's going to be a lot of emotion in that fight, so he could get the win. But I've gone with Benitez. UFC baby. Southside Chronicle says I got 10k on Wyman. Well, if you've got all that K, you might as well chuck it around. So yeah, 10k on Wyman. I hope that comes through for you. Itzia says that they're great. I was just wondering what you meant by Oompa Loompa music, as you said Sweden. Dude, if you read anything into what I say, then you're off to a loser. So, do you know what I mean? You're not going to be getting anywhere. No, in my head, I was trying to think of a really obscure genre. So, in my head, I was thinking traditional German music is a good place to start. And I was like, is that Oompa Loompa? It's not Oompa Loompa music. Is it Oompa band? Is it an Oompa? I still don't know. So then I changed it. I was like, right, let's take whatever that is, but say Sweden instead. That's really out there. So yeah, I don't know. I ended up getting lost. It happens. Show the tweet I sent you. It's about the prediction game. I don't even know if I'd find it, dude, to be honest, because I haven't been on Twitter much today. I've only been on to watch UFC's show tonight burn to the ground as 3 of the 11 fights got cancelled. Hermansson, Vettori is our main event tonight. Should be fun. My Fox affiliate is showing tribute at 3 tomorrow since it has got a 4 p.m. game. What, is it going to be on at different times in different places tomorrow? Oh, flip. Is it really? Nicholas Moore, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Rap and pop and EDM. EDM. I still need to look into that. I mean, as far as I know, it's dance music. But for some reason, you wacky Americans, you're a little bit late to the dance music scene. And as a result, you're like, yeah, okay, we're here now. So now we're here. We're going to call it something else. You do this all the time. You do that. You did this with football. That's exactly what you did with football. The rest of the world had started something. And then you come along and you're like, okay, this looks fun. We're calling it soccer now. What? Well, we can't call it football. We've already got football. Well, then just don't play the game. How about that? How about we don't let you play? But no, you had to go off and call it something different, didn't you? And you did the exact same thing with dance music. In the UK, the rave scene was alive and well in the late 80s. Do you know what I mean? You lot still had disco. Completely different. So you're all there doing all this, yeah? We've got the rave scene going off, yeah? Warehouse parties and all of this kind of stuff. And then that, evolves and, dance music's all over the charts in the 90s. And then you lot come along and go, right, we like this. But we're going to call it EDM now. What? Why? Why are you doing that? Because we can. Because we want to. Because we want to. Flip. I mean, that's my rant over, really. It's weird, isn't it, to have a little rant about EDM? But that's my rant over. So as far as I know, it's just dance music. But a lot of your guys like to wear masks and big head things like Dead Mouse. Wild. I see you are supporting NWA. I love NWA. Love those guys. They did come back with a new show on Tuesday that I really wanted to watch. But I support them so much. I'm so supportive that they actually sent me the video 24 hours early. And it was all stuff we'd seen already. It's all stuff we'd already watched. We're actually too supportive for our own good. That's part of the problem. We're too flipping supportive. They said Tribute is going to air at different times in different places. Well, that's a flipping logistical nightmare, isn't it? I'll probably stream tomorrow then, Tribute to the Troops at the time of the coolest place. So, I don't know what that is. I'll find a place that I think's really cool. See what time it's on there, and I'll go with that. Marshmallow. Yeah, marshmallows. In the 80s, we didn't have disco. We had new wave. There was lots going on. We didn't have disco in the 80s. It was dead for us. Didn't they cling on to it a little bit longer in America? I know there was a whole movement of disco is dead and all of that. Punk. Don't forget, we had punk. Punk came along and wiped it all away. But I think it lingered a little bit longer in America. I'm just saying. Do you know what I mean? Late to the dance party. It's alright to be late. But you can't rename the party when you get there. Days, are you watching England, South Africa, ODI cricket? Didn't it get cancelled? I thought it got... Did it get cancelled? No is the answer. I'd keep an eye out for the result. Avicii. Avicii was he Swedish? Is he a Swedish guy? Was Avicii American? I actually don't know where Avicii was from. I've got a feeling he was Swedish. Let's have a look. Swedish! He is Swedish! There you go. I don't know who sent that through, but if you were trying to claim Avicii as American, honestly, stop it. Stop claiming all these things. I don't like cricket, says David Connolly. The Eagles really wouldn't let disco die. Cricket is boring. Cricket is amazing. It's an amazing game. Honestly, eventually, cricket will catch on in America, and then you'll name it something else. Isn't that really what happened with baseball, thinking about it? I think that's what happened with baseball. Isn't the history of baseball connected to cricket? Oh, I've said that out loud now, and now I need to check, don't I? Welcome to this UFC stream, by the way. I'm just going to quickly Google the history of baseball. Just quickly. Do you know what I mean? History of baseball. History of baseball. References to baseball date back to the 1700s, where in England it was a game called rounders. That's true. So does it actually come from rounders more so than cricket? I don't like cricket, yeah. Oh no, I love it. Look, either way, we flipping had it. We had it in England. It was called rounders. Gets to America, it's baseball now. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable how we get treated. This special relationship, apparently. It's abusive. That's what it is. It's abusive. I feel abused. Cricket will catch on in the US when pigs fly. Canada created baseball. Dude, Canada, you haven't done anything. You created the ice hockey one, yeah? And no one's interested in that apart from you guys. You guys and the Ducks. That's it. Right. We are underway anyway. Let's get to the battle zone. The battle zone. Here we are. There we go. We're at 2 low blows. We're at 0 eye pokes. Oh my god, look, it's not Smolker. Fighting! What is it? It is Wyman versus Levitt, baby. Main card. We're up and running. People say first base, second base, third base, fourth base, home run to refer to how far they've gotten with someone, says Evan. Yeah, I don't quite get that, to be honest. I've never understood that. We don't really use that here. I've never, ever in my life had a conversation going, what base did you get to? Never. I wouldn't know what that means. Instead, it's like, did you put your dinkle in? Right, anyway. Enough of that crass conversation. Here we go. So here's Levitt. He always strikes me as like someone that you would see in a flipping musical. The way he came over and was like, feel like he's about to launch into a performance, maybe like ballet or something like this. He's got such poise. Nice takedown. He knocks him out with the takedown! Look at this! Little curtsy, splits. Oh! 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. Did he just knock him out with the takedown? I haven't even had a chance to do anything. The slam was legal. Look, he had him up. Let's have a look at this. He's got him up. Takes him down. He's out. He is. Maybe that's a new thing people are going to try. Look, picks him up, carries him around like a naughty child. Yeah. Boom. Left arm across the chin. I mean, in all fairness, that's real interesting. I mean, he's obviously done that on purpose because he had him in his hands and he does reposition to put the forearm across the head. That means the head has got nowhere to go when it gets slammed down against the mat. I mean, that's real interesting. There seems to be a bit of concern here as well. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It's stunning in the sense of the execution of it, where he's put the forearm across the head, and as he's planted him down, his head has had nowhere to go. It's kind of, it must have. I didn't quite see it, but it must have hit the mat and not had anywhere to go, and he's knocked him out. He's knocked him out. I mean, it's the same as a knockout. I can't see how that's any more dangerous than a knockout. But yeah, very interesting. And Levitt, a very interesting fight, because as soon as he's done, there's a curtsy straight into the splits. Do you know what I mean? There's like, it's very, I'm going to use the word flamboyant. He's like the gorgeous George of the UFC. The Adrian Street of the UFC. Very flamboyant. What a finish, says David Connolly. Oh, I tell you what. It's got to be doing Dana's head in, hasn't it? All these first round finishes. He's got a card of 8 fights that should have been 11, and for some reason, all the flipping fights are ending in finishes. He's got to be there. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. We're going to give them a... He is constantly doing little gestures, isn't he? Such an... He's so big with his expressions. One to watch, man. One to watch. Just picked up a 22-second victory. What's he doing now? Is he doing the grease lift? What's that? No, the dirty dancing lift, is it? He's going again. Okay. There's someone attempting to do the dirty dancing lift in the octagon. He did it twice. I mean, that's fine. It's a perfectly fine film. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know. That's one of the weirdest ways to celebrate I've ever seen. Wow. They think the guy who got slammed has got concussion. Dirty Dancing. Dirty Dancing. Never seen that either. Fist bump of that guy. Smile on his face. Fist bump of Dana. Oh, that's nice. He went up to the wife of the guy that's down. And he went, "You're my wife now." "You're coming with me now. Let's go." That's what he was like. He probably went up to his wife and he was like, "Can we do the Dirty Dancing dance? Yeah? I'm going to run at you. All you've got to do is pick me up. That's all you got to do, yeah?" No, he's gutted. He's gutted. He wanted to do the Dirty Dancing dance. Yeah. Well, it's good. He's responding. He's up. He's healthy. "You're my wife now." Who's going to win the main event? Well, I'm fairly confident that it's going to last all of 30 seconds by the way things are going tonight. Oh, let's hear from him. Let's hear from him. Here he is. I can see this guy becoming really popular. He's so different. Yeah, he says it's something he practices and... Yeah, it looks like he practiced it because he readjusted into it. Yeah. How did this guy get into UFC? He's like, I just wish I didn't hurt someone. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? He's like, I just wish I didn't have to hurt someone. I've got great training partners. He's got a wife. He's got a wife? I'm not the only one in the world that is sitting here going, he's got a wife? He's here to fight anyone. He's not afraid. He's got a wife. He's got a wife. He's got a wife? I don't understand. All I'm going to say is if in the future he decides that he is a gay man, will we be shocked? That's all I'm saying. I don't think there's anything bad there. I understand this is a very sensitive subject. Very, we've got to tread carefully here, right? But I've never seen a guy be... I've never seen a guy win a fight and then jump into a Dirty Dancing celebration. Let's put it that way. Unbelievable. Wife and kids! Says King D. Hey, look. I like this guy. I really want to see him fight again. I mean, I love characters. I love wrestling. So I love characters. I think it adds a lot to the sport to have all these different personalities and all these different characters. And for him to come out there and be as big and as expressionistic as what he is. And in his post-fight interview, he'd be like, it's such a shame I have to hurt people. You're in the UFC. You're in the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It's like, you're at the absolute premier fighting organization in the world. I mean, like, and you're like, it's just such a shame. Like, honestly, if he went up to Dana and went, for my next fight, can we just do a dance off? I'd be like, that makes sense. That I can totally see him saying that kind of a thing. He admitted his wife is the woman he hugged. Oh, what? Did he take that other guy's wife? Has he took the other guy's wife and now she is his wife? Has he only just got a wife? You're my wife now! I don't know why. He doesn't sound like that. I'm doing him a disservice. Well, love it. Love it. Austin says, that's why I hate sports. There's hardly any characters. At least with wrestling, we've got characters and drama. Well, you can't say that about the UFC now, can you? UFC certainly has got characters. Very cool, man. No, genuinely, I like that guy. Right. We're moving on up now. Right, Dalitza against Alan. He stole the dude's wife. I think so. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Damn. For any football fans, the guy who got seemingly concussed looks like Leeds midfielder Mateusz Klich. I don't know how you say that name. I know that player because I know he is a good player. I know he's a good player because I nearly had him in my fantasy football team. But I don't know how you say your name. Klich? Is it Klich? Klich? Sean Reset says, Dave, fun fact, when Matt Riddle was in UFC, he did not enjoy it. Well, he certainly enjoyed Summit because he kept getting done for marijuana. So I'd be amazed if he remembered it. My son's karate sabonym, which is Korean for sensei. Hello, Heather, with your big words. My karate sabonym, which is Korean for sensei. Oh, I love that. Was as tough as nails, but he's got a wife and kids too, and was also a nice guy too. Yeah, it's not so much that. It's the fact that he did a curtsy. I mean, they're all things that, I mean, is perfectly fine for guys to do. We're not saying that it's not. But you don't tend to get that kind of I'm trying to find the right words. Outlandish, expressionistic display from guys with wives. I think that's fair. I think I'm all right. There's a lot going on right now with this conversation because I really don't want to be offending anyone because I'm not trying to offend anyone. I really like the guy. I think he's really cool. But, yeah, very strange for him to do like a curtsy and the splits and then go into the dirty dancing celebration and then afterwards be like, it's just such a shame I've got to hurt people. And then they talk about his wife and you go, wife! Oh, I did anyway. You can rewind and you can see for yourselves. But I really, yeah, I know I keep saying I like him, but I do. I'm really intrigued to see his next fight. I think I'm interested to see where this guy's ceiling is because he's undefeated, I think I'm right in saying. I think he's undefeated. He's come through contenders and he is somewhere. There he is, 7-0. In fairness, he was minus 400. 7-0. 5 wins by knockout. Coming through contenders. He was very comfortable and calm. He's very good on the ground. He's very relentless. Good with his takedowns. I've got likely wins by decision. What I didn't have written down was he's got a really interesting technique where he can force people's heads to be smashed against the ground. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where his ceiling is. Undefeated. And as he said in his interview there, he's never been knocked out, but he can't imagine that it feels brilliant. And another thing as well, that might be it for Matt Wyman. Wyman was the guy that had, been away for 5 years I mean, honestly, that's got to be it, isn't it? I mean, he's just lasted 22 seconds. 22 seconds. So, and he's not looked great. Lost 2 in a row, now 3 in a row. Done. Done, mate. Days, have you had a mince pie this winter? I almost had a whole one. I haven't had one, no. I haven't had a mince pie yet. Days is picking his words right and carefully. Wow. Thank you, Chalmers. We're definitely, whilst we're ahead, we're leaving the subject. before we do take a wrong turn or something. Because as we said, we're definitely not looking to offend. He is a master showman with a big character, says Madupt. Yeah? He's like the greatest showman. This is the greatest show. Do you know what I mean? He'd get a big following. He'd get a really big support. He's so different. Imagine him against Conor McGregor. Imagine him against Conor McGregor. Flip, they're in the same division. They're both in the lightweight division. Oh my God, I need that fight. I need that fight. I need Conor McGregor. No nonsense. All talk. I want to see McGregor reacting to some of Jordan Levitt's antics. Let's put it that way. Some of his, do you know what I mean? Coming over, giving McGregor a hug, pirouetting away. And I want to see McGregor's reactions. Who the is that guy? Oh my God, I need that match. Book it. Dana, if you're watching this, you've got to book that match. I know it's too soon. I know it's not the big money main event. I know people aren't going to be desperately tuning in for Conor McGregor versus Jordan Levitt, but I need it. I need to see the press conferences and the build. Oh my God. Dream fight. I've got a new UFC dream fight. Levitt with his, it's just a shame I've got to hurt people. I want to see him say that on stage with Conor, and I want to see Conor's reaction to that comment. Oh my God. Oh, so I mean, like, it's just when you get to a point with UFC and you're like, I don't think I can love this anymore. Like, I love it so much, I don't know I can love it anymore. I think it's got all of me. Someone then comes along and gets you to that next level then. And that's what Jordan, the lovely Levitt, has done. Love that guy. Right, Roman Dolidze taking on John Allen. We are building to our... We're struggling here with low blows and eye pokes, aren't we? And it took a long time to set those up, so... Lauren says, did you add the winners to the other screen? No, not yet. Not yet. We are struggling on that front a little bit tonight. Struggling on that front. Who the heck is that guy? Yeah. Dolidze, right, yeah, let's preview this. So, Roman Dolidze is 32, 7-0. All 7 wins are finishes. 4 knockouts, 3 submissions, good all-rounder, jiu-jitsu, power, speed, grappling advantage, uses great lateral movement. He is hittable. He's a bit reckless, can get a little bit wild with his striking. So he's not perfect, but man, he is very, very good. Another big prospect, actually. Taking on John Allen, who's 13-5. He was 1-0. So John Allen, naughty boy. He was 1-0, but that has been changed to a no contest because of drugs. Drugs. So John, drug Allen, with his win that got overturned to a no contest in 2019, is back. He is a dangerous striker. He's got 12 finishes out of his 13 wins. I think they've fed John Allen to this guy. I think this Dolidze or is going to get the win here. He is just 1-0 in the UFC. We've only seen him once before. Roman is a beast. Right, we're getting some ring walks. they're that short of content. They're that short of actual fighting. They're like, just show them the ring walks. Oh my god, just show them the ring walks. And there's a really good chance that this fight doesn't go the distance. I've got finish likely for Roman. Roman will reign. That's what's going to happen, my friends. Roman will reign. This is what John Allen gets, says David Connolly. True. Jake's instructor is called Sabiomnim. Sabiomnim. Roman Dolidze is undefeated, 100% finish rate, knockout by knee strike in his UFC debut. He is exciting. I've got him winning this. He's only coming in at minus 200. Only coming in at minus 200. Light heavyweight division. Roman Dolidze. I'm with Alan on this one. Hiding. I went with Alan. A finish is written all over this fight, says David Connolly. I've got Dolidze in the second round, says Monica. I'm going for Roman Dolidze in round 1, says Austin316. Hiding! How many fights have we got left? I don't even know anymore. Is this 4 fights left and this is one of them, is it? I think it is, isn't it? It's just carnage tonight, guys. Absolute flipping carnage. Roman Dolidze. Yes. 4 fights to go. Right. We are underway. He steps forward and they touch gloves. I was trying to change these graphics last time. And when I looked up, the guy was unconscious on the ground. So I need to try and be quick. Seems to be a night of quick finishes, doesn't it? Right. They're changing stances. And Alan standing his ground in the centre. Dolidze not moving a great deal, not doing a great deal. Just kind of standing his ground. Still trying to work each other out, throwing in a few feints. They both kick at the same time. Roman managing to grab Alan. Alan gets taken down and Roman in control. Looked like Alan was going for a Kimura, but wasn't able to get it. So he's on his side. He's got Dolidze on side control, or is it half guard? Could be half guard. Can't quite see. Side control. He's got to be careful of the arm bar. Alan was looking for the arm of Dolidze. Is kicking out at Dolidze. Alan is on his back. Roman into guard. Again, Alan is just constantly looking for those arm bars. So Dolidze has got to be so careful. Because even though Alan is on his back, he is very, very dangerous. Lots of kicks coming in. And this could, he could easily get kicked. He is looking for a leg lock. And he has managed to grab the leg and looking for a heel hook. Oh, he seems to have that in quite nice. Ooh, can't see because Herb Dean's in the way there. Oh, it's nice. Oh, he's managing to roll over. Allen doing some really good work on the ground. Yeah, John Allen doing a really good job there of rolling and escaping. Really good work. That was a big problem for John Allen then. He had a heel hook on, and obviously he could have gone for a knee bar as well, but John Allen showing that he's no slouch on the ground. Seems to know a few reversals and managed to get out of that. But that was looking good there for Roman Dolidze. So, not a big striking contest so far, but just over 2.5 minutes in, and only 4 significant strikes to 2. This is all been down on the ground, and it's been quite dominant for Roman. He's definitely going to have quite a bit of control time. Big overhand right coming in by Allen. Shot to the body by Dolidze. And they're both in the centre of the octagon at the moment. Dolidze moving forward. Good right hands coming in by Allen. Low kick coming in by Allen as well. Dolidze backing up with a big overhand right and shots to the body. And nice left hand jabs. Just falling a little short by Allen, but just gauging his distance. You can see significant strike-wise. There's really not much between them. It's only 10 significant strikes to 9, and Allen is firing in some big strikes, sniping strikes. And big kick back by Dolidze. So 11 strikes each at the moment. Big overhand right coming in. And I can see that Allen getting driven back a little bit at the moment. We got just over a minute to go in this one. And really impressive work, really, by both guys. I would say that Allen's showing that he's no slouch on the ground or on the feet. Neither is Dolidze. Dolidze getting the better moments in the early stages of this, though. So I'd be giving him the nod. I think he was just a breath away from getting the win, actually. And he's currently winning the striking battle as well, but only by a whisper. Getting backed up a little bit. Allen letting his hands fly. He goes down again. Here comes Dolidze with big left hands. And he's looking for another heel hook. He's trying to grab hold of that leg. He's all over Allen at the moment. Allen in response is trying to look for a guillotine. Couldn't get it. It's good work again by both guys. Dolidze asking the questions. Allen giving him the answers. 15 seconds left in round 1. A very gripping round, actually. Not a back and forth. A couple of times it looked like we were going to get to a finish. Both of those times looked like it was going to be for Dolidze. And that's a Dolidze round. There we go. End of the round. Woo, boy. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Enjoyed that first round. Lots to talk about. Lots of action. Lots of close moments in there. Let's reset the clock. Boom. Get ready for round 2. I think if you're back in Dolidze, you're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident than you are if you say back in Allen at the moment. But Allen's not out of this. He's not out of this. Let's see what round 2 has got to offer. Sonny Wolf says, Allen, come on. Come on. Right, here we go. Here we go. Right, back to going to round 2. It's just good to get some action in it. It's just really good to see some fighting. Boom. Rusty Shackelford, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Great to see you joining us. Shout out to Rusty. Kicks coming in by Allen. Knee strike, just a little bit awry. I went with Allen, but looks like Roman's going to win, says Big Boy Dally. Wrestling Days fan says this is good. Couple of right hands there by Dolidze. Nick Baldwin says, great round. Looked like Dolidze rocked Allen at the end, but he immediately went for a submission instead of following up. 10-9 Dolidze. They always show Ryan Frederick's tweets. Always. Kick coming in there by Dolidze. I mean, in fairness, I think he's right 90-odd% of the time. So, yeah, he's doing really well, Dolidze. 7-0, 1-0 in the UFC. Comes into this minus 200 favourite. All 7 wins so far are finishes. He is a finisher. And he's going to be fishing for a finish here. High kick coming in by Dolidze. Allen standing his ground. He knows that he's got to be careful. And looking for a takedown. And he gets that takedown. So Dolidze with a takedown on top of Allen. And he's got side control, which is quite important. He's not caught in the guard. He can really do a few things from here. So this is a very dominant position for Dolidze. And he is going to try and get full mount as well now. If he can get his leg over, he'll try and full mount Allen. Firing in shots. Still got side control. Oh, half guard now, actually. I think Allen's managed to grab a leg. Allen has grabbed the leg, so half guard at the moment. Just limits some of the things that Dolidze is able to do. So, Allen doing well. Allen, again, seemingly looking for that arm. A couple of times he's looked like he's gone for the Kimura. But straight over the top. Dolidze, if he can get comfortable, you know that he likes heel hooks. He is. John Allen really asking a lot of questions himself here. Not making this easy at all. So, even though they're down on the mat, even though this looks to be another round for Dolidze, he's really struggling to find that finish. Shows the quality of John Allen. He is defending a lot. Big strikes coming in, though, by Dolidze. Big blows. We're now moving to a ground and pound type affair. Big left hands to the head by Dolidze. And again, still caught in that half guard. Allen really is having to work so hard just to stay in this fight. And again, slapping on a guillotine. That's nice. I don't feel like Allen's guillotine is that problematic. I mean, like, he's got one on now, but I don't feel like Dolidze's in much trouble. Allen, though, really pulling on it. But Dolidze's head pops out. Trying to get full mount, but again into half guard. Again to the side. Again, just getting that control time. I mean, it's all good for Dolidze. It's looking good to win this round. This will be the second round that he's won. 4 minutes, 10 seconds of control time. And he's in full guard now. So, he's in an alright place. But Allen really, really preventing Dolidze from running away with this one. Big strikes to the side. Another big strike again by Dolidze into the final minute. Christopher Rogers, shout out to you, sir. Hope you are well. Welcome back to the chat, my friend. Stratton says, we need a finish from Dolidze. Strikes to the body, strikes to the head, mixing it up. I really feel like he's quite happy, quite comfortable. There's not much urgency being shown by Dolidze. We're not seeing him frantically looking for, different things. He's probably got a few plans in mind. Here, it looks like he is going for that plan, going for that heel hook. Looked like he was going for a figure 4 leg lock for a moment then. I thought he was going to slap on a figure 4. Go full on Ric Flair. Woo! He didn't. Right, end of the round. End of the round. It's going to a third. Good fight, though, isn't it? Good fight. Good fight. This is boring. Can we get an eye poke? I know, I'm desperate. I'm desperate for a good low blow. What? A good eye poke. We've got graphics and everything now. Proper leveled up. We've gone to a place that we only dreamed of. Well, we're there. We made those dreams a reality. Frey says, let's go. Heather says, I might be back later. I've got to watch Cornette rant about Sting's return. This is going to be good. Is his podcast dropped? Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he says about that. I thought it was done well. Didn't tell you really, is he a heel? Is he a face? Is he siding? But I like the mystery because you got to tune in next week, haven't you, to find out. So, I don't know if there's much to hate on it. Could always be done better, of course. Boom. Alan didn't get round 2. Oh, no, Alan didn't get round 2. Alan's 2. No. Alan didn't get round 2 because he's getting absolutely controlled. He is having to fight Delidze's fight. Right, we're into round 3. What can Alan do here? I mean, in fairness, look, it serves him right. If you're going to have such a boring name as Alan, do you know what I mean? Like, it's Roman Delidze. What a name! Roman Delidze versus Alan. Hello, I'm Alan. I've been painting my fence, protecting it from the weather. That's the kind of thing an Alan would do, isn't it? Put varnish on a fence so that when like the weather gets to it, it doesn't, do you know what I mean, damage it. That's an Alan job. Give the car a full clean. Do you know what I mean? Inside and out. Could take the kids somewhere, but no. Gonna give the car a full clean. Vacuum. Everything. Boot. Everything. Even polish the engine. Make it get that spit shine. That's an Alan thing, isn't it? Bit of gardening. That's an Alan thing as well. These are all things Alan could have done rather than be in this fight. Because he is getting battered. 2-0 for Roman Delidze. Yeah, I mean, look, Alan needs to take his wife Tina. They need to go home. They need to have a TV meal. And they need to watch Jeopardy. That's what they need to do. That's what Alan needs to do. He needs to go home with a TV meal, watch Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. And do you know what? Have a blooming early night. Alan is in bed by 8. But he wishes he was in bed right now because right now Delidze has driven him back against the side of the cage. He is managing to fire back, though. Big respect for Alan, but Roman will win. Alan is still moving forward. He's still asking some questions. John Allen with the takedown. I'm just trying to get the latest numbers on this round because Alan might be winning this. A lot like Alan's plants, he is a late bloomer. Delidze has got Alan up against the cage. Daisy's a flip-flopper. Why am I a flip-flopper? I've been on Delidze the whole thing. I said Delidze at the start. How dare you say I'm a flip-flopper? Such harsh words. Roman is on top of Alan. Alan's bingo friends are probably watching and are very concerned. Alan down, elbows, firing into Delidze. Delidze all over Alan. 50 significant strikes to 33. 3 takedowns to 1. 88 total strikes to 48. Sonny says, Alan, you've got this. Strikes to the side of the body. It's all over for Alan, says Fry Philip. Less than 30 seconds to go. 20-odd seconds left in this one. Looks like we are going to go to decision, and that decision should be Roman Dolidze. Alan, use your technique. Alan would be so much better if he was in there with gardening gloves and not UFC gloves. Do you know what I mean? That's where he can do his best work. When he's got his gardening gloves or his driving gloves. He likes to wear a pair of driving gloves, Alan does. It's the kind of thing an Alan does. Wears driving gloves. What the flip are driving gloves about as well? I don't know. Right. Done, and done. We're just going to have to go to decision on this one. When does the match start? Vettori versus Hermansson. We're 3 fights left, so probably in about an hour. About an hour. Any chance for Alan? No. No. Morshi says, Alan, God is with you. David says, it's obvious that Dolidze is winning. Wow, here we go. J-Man says, Alan plays golf every day. He does. He does. With friends that secretly hate him. Alan has borrowed Gary's lawnmower. And Gary wants it back, but he's not sure how to ask for it. Because it's been a couple of years now. That's Alan. Okay, here we go. Bruce Buffer. $29.28, Alan! Roman Dolidze wins it via split decision. Someone watched that fight. Someone in the world watched that fight and went, yeah? Think. Wow. Is it Felder? I think Paul Felder on commentary. Paul Felder on commentary, I'm going to say it is, said that result is nearly as bad as my split decision loss. And John Anik went, well, fun story. It's the same judge. One of the guys is the same judge. I don't know who the flip this judge is, but there should be some serious questions asked there. How does anyone watch that fight and go, yeah, Alan won that? Yeah, all right. He was taken down more times, held down a lot, lost total strikes 103 to 49, lost significant strikes 50 to 33. If you used to see control time, then he would have completely got battered there as well. But I think he's got a good spirit, so I'm gonna say Alan wins this fight. I'm going to say Alan wins it. I don't know what's going on. Big questions should be asked. How was that split? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The right person won. 7 minutes control time. 7 minutes control time. He was in control of his opponent for 7 minutes of that 15-minute fight. And still one of the judges went, I think it's the other guy. I do. I've got to call it as I see it. I think it's the other guy. I don't know. I think that's what I like to call madness in the industry. Right, hang on. Where are we? What's going on? We're having too much fun. Yeah. Yeah, what was your thoughts when you heard that Alan won the first? It's that crazy. They've actually asked him, what did you think when you heard about that first judges' scorecard? Did you think it was a complete joke like all of us? Benitez versus James. This is going to be a mosh. A well-timed eye poke would have put him over. Or a really satisfying low blow. One of those ones that vibrates. One of them, yeah? Oh. It's been a while since you had one of them. Where someone gets caught downstairs and when they show the replay, you see a lot of vibrations. That's when you know they really connected. They really walloped him hard. And I find that extra satisfying. So, I have to agree. Only 2 low blows tonight, as you can see from the official UFC low blow counter. Only 2 low blows tonight, and 0 eye pokes. So, very disappointing. I've got Benitez in this. I've got Benitez in this as well. They're still talking about the judges. They're really going into some detail. Benitez, 21-9, 5-4 in the UFC. He's coming in at -180. He's 32 years old. He's got loads of experience. He's got really good side-to-side movement. And as we said before, he's got really hard kicks. Of his 21 wins, 17 have been finishes. He's a great striker. He's not improving much. Big question marks around his chin. He's got a real advantage on the ground, and he's got nasty body kicks. He's taken on Justin James. 8 knockouts, and most of those coming in round 1. Justin James is going to bring an early storm, right? Justin James is going to get in there, and he is going to unleash hell. He's going to bring hell. He's going to unleash hell. So expect Justin James to look really good in round 1. I do then expect him to start to fade. I do expect him to... If he's going to win it, I think he wins it in round 1. Once we start getting deep into round 2 and certainly round 3, you've got to think that it's going to favour Benitez more. I've got Benitez by decision. So, actually, let's flip back over. Where am I so far? Levitt and Dolidze. Guys, do you know what I mean? I can't remember if I've got any predictions wrong tonight. It's hard to say. But what I can say is that I am doing very well when it comes to the main card. Very, very well. Let's call me Wrestling 100% Predictions Days. I'm all right with that. I am all right with that. There we go. Beautiful. I've got James, but I wouldn't be surprised if Benitez wins, says Future Compilations. Benitez will win. David Connolly is 4-1 in the predictions. Well, I'm sorry it's not going that well for you tonight. Not quite at the Wrestling 100 Predictions Days level, but you get there. You know what I mean? 1 week. 1 week. I'm 3-2. Right, we are just looking at next week. Obviously, it's a big, big show next week. Big, big show next week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we've had. Those are the winners. That's where we are. Boom. Big Boy Dally says I might be losing the championship. Oh. So hard to get and so easily gone. It's like fashion. Right, let me change over the graphic that's on screen. We are building towards our 6th fight of the night. 21 days between his title defenses. The quickest in UFC history. Everyone else, 56 days. 21 days for Figueiredo. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Ronda Rousey took 56 days between defending against Miesha Tate and McMahon. Just 20-odd days. Look at that card. Yes. Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson, number 3 in the lightweight division, taking on Charles Oliveira, number 7. Should be a good fight. Davison Figueiredo, taking on his number 1 challenger, Brandon Moreno. Kevin Holland on that card, taking on Jacare Souza. Junior Dos Santos on that card as well. Mackenzie Dern on the prelims. Cub Swanson, good to see him again. Angela Hill coming back, taking on Tisha Torres. Names everywhere next week. Billy Q on the card as well. Yes. Yes. Looking forward to that. Although, by the time we get there, most of them fights will be cancelled. By the time we get there, we'll only be, of those fights, it'll end up being 5 fights and none of them that we've just seen. Right, Benitez against Justin James. This is in the lightweight division. Days, when is Yadong going to fight again? It's been ages. It has been a while since Yadong has been seen. I don't know. I don't know if there's any injury concerns with Yadong. So I think, and you can quote me on this. I've got no problems with you quoting me on this. I think 2021 is going to be a huge year for Yadong. Massive year for Yadong. 2021 might be Yadong's year. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Yadong has been. I don't know. But I do think 2021 is going to be a big, big year for Yadong. So, we'll see if Yadong can rise to the challenge. Cornet said about Sting exactly what I thought he'd say. Sometimes he's right, but most of the time he's a delusional old coot. Was he not feeling it? 2021, year of Yadong. Yep. David. What do you not like? Are you not a fan of Yadong? David, do you not like Yadong? Something's wrong with Yadong. It's all gone a bit wonky. Oh God. Oh no. I haven't seen any news about Yadong. I really haven't. Right. They were just showing us really nice shots of Vegas, actually. Sunday Countdown. ESPN, presented by Snickers. The NFL, guys. The NFL. The National Footsie League is coming back. Change the next fight. I will do that. Fight number 6. Benitez versus James. In fact, I don't even know why I'm on this screen. Don't need to see my face, do you? Well, I mean, you can still see my face here. But on this one, you just get bigger information, the low blow counter, eye pokes. James says, what the F have I started? What do you mean, mate? What do you mean? Yudong is nice. Okay. I've never met Yudong. But wait until you see My Dong. He's an up-and-comer. I've never heard of My Dong. I must be out of the loop. I've never heard of My Dong, and I've never seen, or I didn't know that Your Dong was nice. Does your dong use Manscaped? I don't know. I don't know. We need to see your face on a bigger screen. OSP is my dog for the night, says Paul. Coming in at plus 140. That's our co-main event coming up next. Ovince Saint Preux against Hill. I've got Hill winning. Big prospect. It's been a night of prospects, actually. It's been a really good night for prospects. So hopefully Hill can carry that on next. This stream isn't PG. Why? Is Yadong bigger than Uranus? What, the planet? Is Yadong bigger than... No? It's tiny. Yadong is... I mean, I can't even compare them. There's no way I could compare Yadong to Uranus. We need to get Days a Manscaped sponsorship. Oh, I don't want one. I don't want one. Honestly, Manscaped, if you're watching, don't bother. Don't bother. I've got... Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Your dong has been choked out. Oh my god. Can I get some love? Says King Kush. Shout out to you, King Kush. Justin Janes for the win, says Mark. Randall says your dong knockout via beef slap. I don't think I've seen that finish in UFC. Interesting. I'm down for seeing it. I'm definitely down for seeing it. Might be one of the most watched videos on the UFC YouTube channel. 2021 will be an amazing year for the Wrestling Days community. What happens if your dong gets a low blow? Well, don't ask. I mean, honestly. Oh, that would bring a tear to the eye. I hate to see your dong be treated that way. We are at commercial break, by the way. We are at commercial break. So if you're wondering, why are you talking about your dong so much? We are big Yadong fans on this channel. And it has been a while since I've seen Yadong. It has been a while. If Yadong gets low blowed, he becomes Ardong. What, Ardong? I'm still shocked about Romero parting ways. Yes. We did touch on that at the start of the stream. We did actually talk about some proper things, some proper news at the start of the stream. But that was back then, do you know what I mean? Oh, I should probably tweet out, shouldn't I? Are they in the Octagon? They are? Wow. Here's me chatting away. They've already made their ring walks. They've already had their introductions. This is our main event. Coco hard done by you. Right, Benitez versus Justin Janes. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. We are 50 subs away from 214,000. We've adopted a snail's pace when it comes to subs recently. So, that's fine. It's not, do you know what I mean? It's not about how quickly you get there. It's about if you get there. I'm not sure where there is. Might be 1 million. Maybe 1 million. Maybe I'd like to do that before I die. Right. Benitez is coming in at minus 220 favourite Rumble B, shout out to you, sir. Shout out to Rumble B. Your dong should have his own commercial. He should. Your dong should have his own YouTube channel. Shouldn't he? Think about it. Could do, like, shows. Your dong could do some little nursery rhymes or something. I don't know. Right, anyway, we're about to get started. I mean, thinking about it, definitely not nursery rhymes. Right, here we go. Let's focus on some sweet, sweet action. Justin James, whose nickname I believe is the Guitar Hero. Right, taking on Justin James. Taking on Benitez. Justin James strikes. Look at these big strikes coming in by Benitez. Justin James replying with some shots of his own. This is our Coco main event. James is putting that pressure on, and we said that James would bring that in the first round. Has Yodong ever been put in a chokehold? I think so. I think I've seen Yodong be put into some very difficult situations. Yeah. Big uppercut by James. I think I saw Yodong turn red, actually, thinking about it. But I don't know. I'd have to go back. I'd have to Google Yodong and look it up. Big strikes to the body. Nice body shot as well there. That's really good by James. Good combination strikes. Really changing up his levels well. Nice left hand. Overhand. Driving Benitez back. Right hand there is. Oh, big calf kick coming in by Benitez, who seems to have been caught in the face. Again, driving Benitez back. Nice kick to the body. These are quite heavy shots here by James. Dave says, Yodong ever eaten a cookie? Oh, come on. What a question. Of course. I just imagine so. I mean, I've never seen it, but... yeah. Oh, big uppercut by Benitez there. Right on the chin of James, but James just took it, and he's still moving forward. He's unleashing a real storm. I mean, we thought we would see that storm. It's 18 strikes to 12. What's this? What we got? Eye poke. I think was that an eye poke? I'm scoring it as an eye poke. Thank God for that. Eye poke. There we go. Eye poke. I could do the little sound thing, couldn't I? Eye poke. Low blow. Something like that. That'd be good. That must be easy to do. I must be able to do that. Come on. I'm like top tier YouTuber. There's got to be a way that I can do that. You've poked me in the eye. Ow, that hurts. Eye poke. I can definitely do that. I'm definitely doing that. Eye poke. Yeah, well, it's been registered, guys. Don't you worry. We are 1 minute 13 from the end. One eye poke on the board. It's satisfying, isn't it? There we go. The touch gloves into the center. Nice left hand straight. Knee to the body. Down goes James. And he's right on top with hammer fists. Boom. Look at that. Lovely stuff. Benitez getting the job done. James goes down. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, good. So there we go. Benitez getting the job done. I mean, I think he'd brought that intensity that we was expecting, but he was just struggling to get through. He landed 38% of his strikes, James. In fairness, Benitez only landing 20-odd% of his, but we did think that James was going to bring that early intensity. It does tend to like tail away with James. He does tend to have a little bit of a cardio issue. But here we go, round 1 finish for Benitez. Getting the job done. Benitez wins 5-1, 5-1. "3-3" says Sonny. 4-2 says Monica. 5-1. I think that's another one that I've got right. Whew. You should use Lenny from The Simpsons saying, "Oh my eye." I could. Well, could I actually think about it from a copyright point of view? Could I? I'm not sure. What are your predictions on OSP versus Hill? I've gone with Hill. He is the favourite. He is a top prospect. It's a big step up for him, though. This is only his 7th MMA pro fight. To take on a legend like OSP, who has had, I think I'm right in saying this is his 40th fight. So, yeah, I think this is his 40th fight. And I've gone with Hill. I think he's got great kicks, lovely knee strikes. He's a better striker. Big step up in quality. He can be easily taken down, but then he gets back up. Yeah, really, really good prospect. Top prospect. OSP will be upset. Well, he will if he loses, yeah. OSP isn't a legend. Depends how you define legends. I mean, 40 MMA fights. It's very, very impressive. OSP versus Hill. I've got Hill. Benitez, round 1, 4 minutes, 6 seconds. 4 minutes, 6 seconds. OSP ranked 15th. Hill, as we said, 6-0 is 2 no contests as well, actually. Timo Cruz, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friend, Timo Cruz. So we are at the point where we're getting towards... There's Dana White. Getting towards our main event. Jack Hermansson against Marvin Vettori, which should be a lot of fun. Uh, 40 fights, 14 losses. Those losses aren't exactly Hall of Fame. Look, it depends how you want to define it. I'd say that he's a legend. I think if you manage to get to the top fighting promotion in the world and you manage to stay there year after year, I can't even, off the top of my head, I couldn't even tell you how many fights in the UFC he's had, but I want to say it's got to be around, what, the 15, 20 mark? I mean, it's a lot. So to be in the UFC, to have that many fights, to me, that puts you right up there with someone that deserves respect. Someone, again, I mean, like, depends where you want to draw the line. We see so many people get to the UFC and fizzle out. Do you know what I mean? Don't really make it, don't really get anywhere. I think he joined, wasn't it around like 2012, 2013? I think he's been around for like a good 7-8 years. So, yeah, nothing but respect for OSP. Managed to get to the point where he was even competing and challenging for the title. So, I mean, to get to that level, you're one of the best. So, yeah, this is for those that are maybe new. Let's put it that way. Maybe new to UFC. I think it's important that they know that this is not like some random dude. This is someone that's a ranked fighter, someone that is a former title challenger, someone that's got 40 MMA fights, someone that has got bags of experience, and I think he's got 20 finishes in my notes. I'm just looking at my notes here. 20 finishes for OSP. Very, very impressive stuff. So he's taken on, I mean, it is a big story because he is taking on someone that is 6-0. So you've got this guy that's been in UFC for like 7-8 years, who's got like so many fights under his belt and tons of finishes, taking on this 6-0 prospect. I feel like that's the story of this fight. So I'm going with the prospect. I'm going with Hill. I'm going with his jab, his high kick. He's got great knees. Knee strikes. He has been 5 rounds, but obviously this won't be 5 rounds, but he has been 5 rounds in the past, and all of these experiences, all of these steps up are kind of giving him something else, something new, and wow, this is a huge step up for him tonight. So he's going to be bringing a lot of power. He has got definite top 5 potential, Hill. He is someone that you can definitely see being a title contender in the future. He's 29, so he's got many, many, many years ahead of him. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. They've, on screen, got him as 7-0, but on the UFC website, it's got him as 6-0. So I don't know what he is, if he's 6-0 or 7-0. I've got him as 6-0, and so has the UFC website, but... whatever, 6-0, 7-0. Let's call the whole thing off. It's going to be a very interesting contest. OSP is definitely solid. I just think a legend is Hall of Fame level. That's fair. That's more than fair. My definition of it is more with longevity, I suppose. I mean, I suppose there's a few ways you can get there. It's a really interesting conversation because I've had this conversation with pro wrestling. I'm very much of the opinion that you go into the Hall of Fame if you spend a lot of time in a company. I kind of think that if you can spend a good chunk of time with the UFC, it doesn't matter if you don't get to the title. I kind of feel like the fact that you was there or thereabouts and you was... I mean, like, we've just seen there's 70-odd fighters that are going to get cut this year. If you manage to, every year, survive that because they see you as being valuable, and year after year you keep giving something to the company, providing something to the company, that's got to mean more than something, hasn't it? This company still want you to be around. They still think that you've got a purpose. Now, your purpose might not be the title. Your purpose might be you're a solid ranked fighter. You're not quite ever going to make it to the belt, but perhaps you just become a bit of a gatekeeper. I really feel like those people are still worthy of Hall of Fame spots. Unless you're just going to be super strict with your Hall of Fame and you're literally only putting in your champions. But, man, there's some incredible fighters that never got the belt. Incredible fighters that never got the belt. So, I think that would be a dangerous road to go down. So it's an interesting conversation that does pop up. I'm sure it's a conversation that's been had in the UFC world. It's one that I tend to have more in the WWE world, to be honest. But as I said, everyone's definition is different. So I don't know if there's really a right or wrong with it. But I do put a lot in longevity. I do think that if you're able to, like... if the company still wants you around, keeps giving you new contracts, I think there's some real value in that. And that's what this guy is. That's what this guy is. That's what he brings. He brings good technique, good fighter, good experience, good skill. 37 is, I mean, his bet stays are behind him. There's no denying that. He doesn't push a crazy pace. He hasn't got the greatest gas tank. But against Hill, I mean, like, that's what makes it such an interesting fight. That's what makes it such an interesting fight. What are we going to get? Days, it's fight 7. All right. Oh, my God, guys. Does it matter? Does it matter? In the grand scheme of things, does it matter? God. All right, I'll change it. Change it. There we go. Happy now? Change that for you. Boom. Imtiaz, in the US, you would have to pay $74.95 plus taxes for the Spence fight. Cormier retired, did he? Yeah, I suppose Cormier's not the biggest surprise in walking away. He always said he wanted to get to 40, didn't he? And then call it quits. And then he did carry on with the Stipe kind of trilogy thing. Let's try and jump into the chat. I've got all the main cards so right. I know how that feels, David. Yeah, I know how that feels, but you and me we're very much vibing on the same page, you and me, David. We might be brothers. We might be brothers from different mothers, David. Timo Cruz says, Holland hype train. I'm excited for that. Randall says, no more numbers. They've ruined it for everyone. That's it, guys. Numbers are gone. All numbers are banned now, which is going to make it very difficult when we're talking about significant strikes and takedowns. All numbers are gone. No, look, we've had our fun. We've had our fun. Yeah, let's get this show back on the road, guys. You know I love you. You know it's all love. You know it comes from a good place. Right. Just got a little video package. Just a little package. Right now. No your dong jokes, please. Days, when does the Happy Warrior fight again? Roxanne Modafferi? I don't know. When I love her. I do love her. When is she fighting again? Modafferi. Roxanne. You don't have to put on a red light. I don't know what random flipping thing I found for Roxanne Modafferi. Oh my God. I love this woman. Just incredible. I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to show you a picture of Roxanne Modafferi. I've just Googled Roxanne Modafferi because of that question. And the first thing that comes back, look at that. Unflipping believable. What an image. Look at that. Look how happy she is. That's her and her flask collection. Do you know what I mean? Look at that. It's just her with the flasks. That's how happy she is. She's got 4 flasks. 4 containers. And she's like, yeah, I need to get this on social media. People need to see this collection. She's got Broly. She's got Piccolo. She's got Goku. She's got Vegetarian. She's got them all. She's got all of the flasks. So there we go. So I don't know when she's back. I miss her. She collects. She doesn't fight anymore. She collects flasks now. What are they called? They're called collector cups. Oh, here we go. Who do you like the best? You, Roxanne Modafferi. Do you like Vegeta? Well, if I've had a few beers. Goku, Piccolo, or Broly at Collector Cup. Why am I'm plugging this for free? What's going on? I've been trapped. I've been tricked. Roxanne Modafferi has tricked me into promoting a Collector Cup range. Although, guys, if you go to collectorcup.com and use the discount code ROXY, that's ROXY, you get a discount, but it doesn't say what you get. I don't know what you get. You get 0% off. Woo! No, look, I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. Lunch on the go. Oh my God, look at this. She's flogging everything. Lunch on the go in my cooler. She's got a cooler. I had to be strict with my diet this week. Originalcooler.com. Use Roxy30 for orders over $100 or Roxy15 for orders over $50. She's got flasks. She's got coolers. She's got everything on the go. Absolutely unbelievable. I'll tell you what, she hasn't got a flipping fight. She hasn't got a fight. But if you need a flask or a cooler, it's your woman. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I can't see any information on future fights for her. Get my book! Oh my God. Get my book! Available, autographed on my website. You can get an autographed. Oh my God. I'm going to show you a picture of this as well now. This has turned into things Roxanne Modafferi is trying to sell stream. I'm alright with it. I'm sure you are. Here's a picture of her book. How to Be Positive. Mental Training by Roxanne Modafferi, the Happy Warrior. There she is, look. And that might be, I'm waiting for someone to confirm this, that might be her thumb. I'm not sure. I've got forensic experts working on it. CSI UFC are working on it right now to establish if that is her thumb. If it is her thumb, and I don't want to be disrespectful, she's got a really bad nail. Like, that is too short. I don't know if she cuts it or bites it. But, yeah, you know. I feel like she could probably do with a... Is it a manicure? Pedicure? She could do with some kind of cure. So, yeah, this is a booklet. How to Be Positive. Mental Training by Roxanne Modafferi. It's a nice picture, isn't it? I feel zen just looking at the cover.
Cook is a legend. They donated $2
Brian
Canadian
Cook, shout out to
via
you.
Super Chat. Hi from Canada, Maple Leaf.
Hi from Canada. Hi from the UK. Shout out to Canada, my Canadian friends. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I feel good just looking at that picture. I feel more mentally calm as a result. So, there we go. And she'll sign it. Do you know, if you're looking for... Oh, my God, if you've got a friend, right? First of all, well done. Second of all, that's a UFC fan. What better gift? Because they won't have this. You can get them a signed How to Be Positive mentally training book by Roxanne Modafferi. That is maybe the single greatest Christmas gift you can give a UFC fan this Christmas. Boom. There you go. She's got to make money. Yeah, man. She's got to make that chingle chingle. She's got to make that sweet chingle chingle. Right, here's OSP. And he has taken on Jamal Hill, who has the ability to turn invisible, as you can see from his profile picture on screen. Very impressive. Very impressive. They keep trying to get him for the Avengers, but because he keeps turning invisible, they can't find him. So, there we go. 4 of 6 Von Flue choke submissions in UFC history. Is that woman Days? Don't give away my secrets. Secretly, it is me. And down here, I've got about 1,000 coolers and about 5,000 flasks that I really need to get rid of. And 1 million books. Jamal Hill, 3 wins by knockout. Unbeaten. That chingle chingle. Kind of looks like Days if he had a sister. I'm fine. I'm fine with being the long-lost brother of Roxanne Modafferi. Does that make me Daisy Mother? Am I Mother Daisy? Oh my god, I'm Mother Daisy. Mother Daisy? I'm Roxanne Mother Daisy. I'll be the moody warrior. How about that? The cringe warrior. She's the happy warrior. I'm the cringe warrior. Roxanne Mother Daisy. Right, here he is. He's pleased with himself, isn't he? Unbeaten. I hope you guys had an amazing Chingle Christmas. Monica needs to get some merch. I think it was Monica that came up with that, wasn't it? Chingle. Needs to get on that sweet merch train. Need to get some of them Chingle shirts out. How don't we we don't have a prediction team called Chingle, and I don't know why or how. Oh yeah, I do have a sister already. I forgot about her. Yeah, I do. Thanks, ladies. Right, here we go. We are underway with our co-main event. Jared Siegler. Shout out to you, my friend. This obviously in the light heavyweight division, as we said. OSP in red, Hill in black. Jared Siegler firing in a cool pair. Little bit slow this one to get going. It's only obviously 3 rounds. It's only title fights or main events that go 5. So was that a low blow? If it doesn't stop the fight, I don't think we count it. If it's, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna low blow someone and it's not gonna bother them to the point where the fight doesn't stop, I ain't counting it. Yeah, OSP is very relaxed. Very calm, taking his time. Why doesn't Hill have a picture? He looks like John Cena. Don't know. Perhaps he couldn't find one he liked. I think we can all sympathise with that. OSP went for a kick and Hill grabbing the leg, but Saint Preux was able to break free, in the words of Freddie Mercury. Nice left hand. And again, looking for strike to the body. Kane says, don't count OSP. The counter choker out. It's a good point. Ooh, big strike zone by Hill. Look at them body shots. Driving Saint Preux back. OSP, not in trouble, but definitely being given a few things to think about. Very, very interesting stuff so far. Bring the screen down. Yes. Boom. Done. I've done that for you. Again, big body shot by Hill. Lovely left hand. OSP backing up a little bit. Again, a couple of combos coming in by OSP. It's very slow. 3 minutes in. 16 significant strikes to 13. 70% accuracy for Hill. 50 for OSP. Low kick coming in there by Hill. Less than 2 minutes to go. Jamal Hill trying to get out of the way of that strike and losing his balance a little bit. These are heavy leg kicks coming in by OSP. Heavy leg kicks coming in, but Hill firing back some heavy leg kicks of his own. Jared says, Hermansson win, please.
They donated $2.99 via a super chat. Hermansson wins, please. Yes?
She even said yes with a hint of desperation in her voice. Yes? Yes? Please tell me yes, yes? Can we go to the fair, Father? Yes? Please? Yeah, I think so. I've gone with Hermansson. I've gone with Hermansson. And honestly, right now, I'm 100% on the main card, so I think that guarantees that he is going to win. So, rest assured, Jared. Rest assured. OSP has got this, says Legendary Anime. Into the clinch. Less than a minute to go. 40-odd seconds to go. Yeah, it does feel like she recorded every word twice. We've spoke about that before. Whenever it's got like a question mark after, there does tend to be a... She does go up at the end. Yes? Lasagna? Nice kick to the body. Overhand coming in by OSP, but not being able to make much of it. So 24-20. I mean, they are throwing, they are exchanging. It's I think we've just been treated to a fair few fireworks tonight. A few finishes and some really good gripping contests. And this one, not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. OSP looks awful. Yeah, I think his time has been and gone. Where's Hill on the screen? What do you mean? He's there. Can you not see him? I can see him. OSP looks like he doesn't want to be in there. Let's go, says Timo. Right, we are in between rounds at the moment. I think you would give that to Hill. I mean, honestly, there's nothing between them. Absolutely nothing between them. 5 significant strikes with a little bit of striking accuracy. Better for Hill as well. So more total strikes, more significant strikes, better striking accuracy. Those are the fine margins that we're operating in. So I'd give Hill that first one. Hill picture is not appearing in the stats. No. I've got no points yet, and there's only one fight now. Is that true, Austin? You've got everything wrong. That's incredible. That is incredible. Yeah, I mean, can I just point out, right? Can I just point out that the UFC website doesn't have a picture for Hill? I don't know if people think that I'm putting these pictures in or something, but this is a bigger problem than me, right? I know you might find that hard to believe, but this isn't technical problems or anything like that. The UFC website does not have a picture for Hill. For some reason, they haven't even put a silhouette there. They've turned him into Casper the Friendly Ghost, right? So this isn't anything I can necessarily fix. Unless I try to find a PNG file of Hill and drop it in myself. And that's a whole level of work I'm just not prepared to go to. I mean, I'll have a look. Jamal Hill is showing a little bit of... discomfort, let's put it that way.
Jared Sagler is a legend.
Hello, Jared.
They donated $1.99 via a super chat. Scalapini.
It was a good attempt. She didn't really do it though, did she, on Scalapini? There we go, guys. Boom. You might have debunked our theory there, Jared. Right. Halfway through the second round. 35 strikes to 31. Big body shot coming in by Hill. Head strikes coming in as well. He's got OSP. Driven up against the side of the cage. OSP, they're into the clinch at the moment. OSP was having to hold on there because things were getting a little bit drastic. And Hill stalking him. Oh, look at that big overhand, man. That is a huge overhand. Huge overhand from Hill. He's got OSP up against the side of the cage and he's just kind of teeing off now. He's got to be careful because OSP... still dangerous, but oh, he's unloading. Knee strike coming in by Hill. Big bombs coming in. Is OSP about to go down? Knee strike again to the body. Oh, high kick, but OSP blocks it. Follows it up with some lovely hooks and an uppercut. Is unloading, but doesn't seem like he's... Oh, he didn't have to drop him. The ref just called it. Big prospect. Big statement. Yes. Hill gets the win. 63. Significant strikes to 34. He wasn't dropping OSP, but the ref must have just not liked the fact that he wasn't defending himself. So as a result of not seeing much in the way of a defense, he called it. He ended it. Hill wins it, baby. Hill wins it. And I think OSP is over it. 6-1, says Jason. Wow. Austin. Hill wins 6-1. 5-2. I feel, you know what I mean? I feel like I can sympathise with those that haven't got 100% so far. I don't know. It's hard for me to sympathise with those that haven't got 100% so far. Because, yeah, you know, that's where we are. 100% club. Jamal Hill getting that job done. Let's go, Hill. Show them how it's done. There we go. Hermansson versus Vettori, main event time. Jamal is really good, says, oh, it's the beefy one. Hello, my friend. I, yes, agree. I thought it was very, very impressive. Very composed. Jason, you and me, my friend. Right there with you. Still unbeaten, says David Conley. UFC sucks, says Joshua. Yeah, sucks. Although saying that, we are here every week and we do really enjoy it. Main event time, my friends. We're probably just a few minutes away from it. Just a couple of minutes away, so we got time. Jared says, I'm trying to make you laugh. Okay. Well, it's good to have a dream, Jared. It's good to have a dream.
Jared Sagler is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat. I'm trying to make you laugh.
Thank you. You will get there one day, Jared. You will get there. It's I think you've got as good a chance of that happening as Jake Paul has of knocking out Conor McGregor. Because I don't laugh because I'm actually dead inside. Fast Eddie 88, shout out to you, sir. What what do you think about Romero versus Jake Paul? I think Jake Paul would be an absolute Fruit Loop to even consider going for that. If he does go to that, then yeah, he is a fool. I'm just looking to see where the chat has gone because I just temporarily lost you. There you are. Welcome back. Whew. Right, we've got to move on. I was like, okay, little mini panic. Everyone's left me. This feels like every birthday I've ever had. But no, you did come back, and I do thank you for that. Right, let's get rid of this and move on to our main event. Two ranked fighters, Jack Hermansson, Jack the Joker Hermansson, ranked number 4 in the middleweight division, taking on Marvin the Italian Dream, which I would have thought would be like coffee-flavoured spaghetti. I'd imagine that would be the Italian Dream, served by Pavarotti. I don't know. I can't say for sure what the Italian Dream is, but I can tell you that Marvin Vettori considers himself to be the Italian Dream because he's from Italy. And he is a very good fighter. I have not got him winning, though. He is the favourite. And I've taken a gamble because you've got to do that sometimes. I've gone with Jack Hermansson to get the job done. I think if this was a straight one-on-one fight, I think Vettori would win. I think the fact he's coming in lastminute.com and the fact that Jack Hermansson has had a full camp, I think makes a big difference. I think Jack Hermansson is better in a few areas. I think he's got really good ring IQ. I think his cardio is ready for 5 rounds, and he might want to take this into the deep waters and see if he can get victory there. I think he's a better wrestler as well. I think he's very fluid. I think he's a very good striker. I think he's got a lot. I think Jack Hermansson, you know, absolute legend, 32, you know, ranked number 4 in the middleweight division. But I do really like Marvin Vettori, and he is coming in as a favourite. He's improving. He's got a really good striking and cardio and grappling. Needs to put on pressure. Tends to, round 1, Vettori tends to be trying to work people out, and then in round 2, he tends to look amazing. I think in this, I don't see a first round finish in this. I think what I'm expecting is for Vettori to do that. I think Vettori in round 1 is going to try and work out Jack Hermansson. I think in round 2, Vettori is going to look very good. I think, though, his cardio, which is normally quite strong, if we're going into 5 rounds, might start to fail him. And I can see Jack Hermansson taking this maybe decision, or maybe trying to get in a bit of success against the tired Vettori. So I think either way, the later rounds are going to be key for Jack Hermansson on this one. So, yeah, feeling good for Jack Hermansson. Jared says
is a legend. They donated $1.99 via a super chat.
She'll read it out for you.
If Hermansson wins, I'll donate 500
cents. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do that, my friend. I'm hoping Hermansson wins because I'm 100% so far, and I'd like to finish 100% because I don't like to brag. I'm someone that kind of keeps my successes quiet, but if I was to get 100% tonight, I don't think I would ever shut up about it ever again. So, yeah, I'm kind of really hoping that Hermansson gets the win. Danny says Hermansson by decision. Jared says, I win 43k if Hermansson wins. Some of that sweet K. Sweet K. Some of that special K. Hermansson in round 3, says Austin316. Hermansson round 1, says Wrestling Days fan. 5-0 says Jason Dalton. Don't drink and drive, says Southside Chronicles. Big lesson. King Kush, shout out to you, sir. Stratton says, I got $23 on Jack for $49 return. I was up to $75, but now it's $23. It's like love. You should quit when you're ahead. Do you know what I mean? Don't ride it out and expect to have it forever. Just quit whilst you're ahead. I think when you're at your absolute pinnacle, when you're in a relationship with someone, and it's just the best it's ever been. You've had the best night out. Everything. You've never felt such warmth, such love. The way they look at you and just everything about it. I think it's at that point you should go, this has been incredible. But I'm leaving you. Right? Because honestly, nothing lasts forever. And I think you've summed that up with your bets that you've shared with us there. You should quit whilst you're ahead. It's very important. Quit whilst you're ahead. I've got $69 for a 4th round TKO win for Jack, says Bjork Man, who's like Bjork, but a man. I'll send you some money to bet on this game. I just want 75%. No, don't. Don't. Because even though you're looking at me going, wow, this guy, what a mess. No. If anyone on YouTube was successful at predicting fights, they wouldn't be on YouTube. Remember that. That's my gift to you. That's my gift to you. If anyone could successfully predict all the winners, they wouldn't be on YouTube. They'd be in Acapulco. Yeah, that's where they would be. Drinking cocktails with umbrellas in. Not big umbrellas. Drink-sized umbrellas. Maybe big umbrellas. They could afford it. Rusty, shout out to you. I can't wait for her to read that out, Rusty. I can't wait for her to give, just to say them words. Woo! I've got 5.6.
Rusty Shackelford 360 is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Daisy your dong is a beautiful specimen. Yes? Romantic face.
Can I just tell you, it's really freaky having her saying it out. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it'd be worse if it was like a guy that was like, Days, your dong is a beautiful specimen. Maybe that would be even more freaky. But I've got to tell you, sitting here alone in a room and having that female voice going, Days. And it's got a lovely voice as well. Days, your dong is a wonderful specimen. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit, it's weird. There was a moment where she was saying it and I was like, am I living my best life? Is this my best life? Or is this just fantasy? Yeah, strange. Very strange. I didn't know how I would feel and it weirded me out. So, shout out to you, Rusty, for officially creeping me out. Right, I think we've previewed all this, haven't we? I've said a lot of things. I don't want to say any more. which isn't great for streaming. I've said so much tonight. I'm out. I'm tapping out. I don't want to say any more. I'm going with Jack Hermansson. Days, I've got Hermansson. Well, let him go because he's got to fight. What part of England are you from? I am from the Midlands. There's a place called Birmingham, which is the second biggest city in England after London. And although some people might say Manchester is bigger now, I don't know. I don't want to get into it. But Birmingham is known as the second city. So, I mean, that says a lot, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, they're proud of being second. They're proud of being number 2. So, yeah, Birmingham. I'm not even from there, by the way, but my whole family is. But honestly, I might as well say I am. I grew up there. I've worked there. I've lived there. I've loved there. I've lost there. So, yeah, Birmingham. That makes no sense. What makes no sense? What makes no sense? The Second City story. It wasn't even a story, was it? It's a sham. What are you doing here on YouTube then? Madat says, I live in Chicago. We're called the Second City. No way, are you? You're called the Second City in Chicago? Where's the Windy City? Where's the Windy City? You don't need to tell me. I'll ask Google. Here we go. Because this always goes well. Hang on. Windy City. Chicago!
Lake Michigan in Illinois is among the largest cities in the U.S. famed for its bold architecture. It has a skyline punctuated by skyscrapers such as the iconic John Hancock Center, 1,451 FT.
There we go. 1,451 FT, yeah. Formerly known as the Sears Tower. Why did it change its name? It's now the Willis Tower. Oh. I've heard about Willis's Tower. Good friends with Yadong. Chicago on Lake Michigan. The Windy City. You can't have all these nicknames. You got to stick with one. Windy City, Second City. Anyway, we're at the main event. Well, if you are just joining us, oh my God. Do you know what? There's a few times where I just get lost in things and then I realise you're streaming. You're live. I think it's because I sit here for so long when I'm not streaming. I'm so used to just sitting here. Sometimes my mind forgets that I'm actually on the internet. Anyway, we're at the main event. Welcome. Get yourselves comfortable. Have a look around. Daisy's hair is called Windy City. How dare you? How dare you? Days changed the voice of the voiceover woman. That wasn't the voiceover woman you heard. That was the Google woman, and I don't know if I can change her. Here's Marvin Vettori. 11 first-round finishes. Highest striking defense amongst active UFC middleweights. Third highest takedown defense amongst active UFC middleweights as well. So, coming in with some impressive numbers. Those facts are brought to you by Cyberpunk, which is a whole new form of music. It's electronic punk music. Cyberpunk. Hermansson, TKO. New York City is the Empire State, the Big Apple. It's not known as the Empire State, is it? It's got the Empire State Building, but I've never heard it called the Empire State. I know it's the Big Apple, but I've never heard it called the Empire State. Well, if that is true, they need to pick one as well, and I would say Big Apple. Why can't all of them be named after fruit? Do you know what I mean? Why can't Chicago be like the sexy banana? You could have New York as the Big Apple and Chicago as the sexy banana. And South Carolina and North Carolina can be a lovely pair, can't they? Because they're a pair of Carolinas. Florida's got to be the orange. That makes sense, doesn't it? Vettori with that Brian Ortega look, as deadly as they come. Boxing history made 30k today. Lots of K's coming in. I'm in the Yellow Hammer State. Oh my God, what's the Yellow Hammer State? Isn't that something from an Avengers film? Do you live by Thor? Does Thor live in your state? Yellow Hammer State.
Some information about Alabama.
All right, Jesus.
Alabama is a southeastern U.S. state that's home to significant landmarks from the American Civil Rights Movement.
Oh, well, you don't get much there, do you? With Chicago, she was off. With Chicago, she's like, yeah, there's this tower. It's 1,400 odd FT. With this, she's like, yeah, Alabama. It's got a few things about the civil rights movement. You can look up the rest yourself. There we go, Alabama. Alabama ding dong. Why is it known as the Yellow Hammer State? Have you got, is there like some guy with a yellow hammer? Look at their pics. Both have got chest pieces mirrored. Oh, good point. Good point. Imagine if you could merge the two together. You'd have someone with no tattoos, and you'd have someone with loads of tattoos. Danny says, I live in Texas. Yeah, Texas. The Lone Star State. Isn't it? The Lone Star State. Detroit is Motor City. Yep. Motor City. New York City has got big buildings because it is called the Empire State. I swear I've never heard that, but if so, then they've got to stick with Big Apple. What are the others? What are the others? Let me know. What's North Dakota called? What's that? OSP lost, yeah. This Italian looks like a flop, says Fry Philip. I'm from the Keystone State, PA. Oh, God, what's PA? What's PA? I don't know what that is. I want to say Philadelphia, but it might not be. That might be PH or something. Keystone State. Blue Sky State. I swear.
According to Wikipedia, Pennsylvania, officially the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is a state in the northeastern, Great Lakes, Appalachian, and Mid-Atlantic regions of the United States.
There we go. Pennsylvania, guys. This has turned into geography days. What is Hawaii? It's a place. Your beard. You look like beard versus food. Beard versus food. The city of brotherly love for Philadelphia. Yes, I have heard that. I have heard that. I live in the land of Mary? The land of Mary? Is that what it's called? Jesse Callan? Hello. Shout out to you. We're all about the blue crab. Oh, hang on. Maryland. I just got that. I thought you meant you lived in a place that was also known as the land of Mary. I was like, my God, that's a story I want to explore. I thought you lived in, like, North Dakota, the land of Mary. The Sunshine State. Hawaii is the Aloha State. Is that what it's known as? Have all states got a second name? A second little? Oh, my God. I need to explore that. I might explore that on Tuesday. I might quiz Tommy Toy Travels on Tuesday and see if he knows what they're all called. Yes! If you are just joining us going, what is this flipping idiot on about? It's fair enough. You're not alone. We've just been waiting for them to get going with the main event. And as soon as we're going with the main event, I am going to bring you some of the greatest MMA action. It will blow your mind. This is like a European affair, isn't it? It's a Norwegian against an Italian. Norway against Italy in our main event tonight. Yeah! Jack Hermansson's like, yeah! Shouting at Bruce Buffer. Ah! They're just shouting at each other. Love it. Firing him up, man. Bruce Buffer. Firing up Jack Hermansson before we get going on this, our main event. They did. Jack Hermansson and Bruce Buffer. Lot of passion. Lot of passion. Right, we are up and running. We are underway with our main event. This can go 5 rounds. And it is the Norwegian Jack Hermansson taking on the Italian Marvin Vettori. It's a lovely name, Vettori. Sounds like a beautiful olive oil, doesn't it? I swear by Vettori. Right, up and running. I'm original from Arkansas. Now, that is Arkansas, isn't it? But it looks like Arkansas. And I'm sure there's every kid in the world that when they see that for the first time says Arkansas. But I believe it to be Arkansas. I mean, sort that out, would you ever? If you are from there, can we get that changed? If it is called Arkansas, then let's get that sorted. And it's called the Natural State. It's called the Nightmare State. Nice exchanging of strikes at the moment. Saskatchewan, the wheat province, the breadbasket of Canada. Well, we all know what the breadbasket means. You have to remind me not to go there. Right, I've got to tell you, Vettori looking quite good here, but Hermansson firing back with some lovely strikes of his own. Oh, look at this standing game. Vettori doing very well. Nice kick coming in by Hermansson. I've got, oh, lovely right hand to the head, crushing blow by Hermansson. Less than 3 minutes left in this. We've already had a couple of minutes. And really, they're just going at it. I wonder if it's because Vettori knows that his cardio is going to be quite limited. He's just got to go for it. Really unloading, getting his shots through the defences of Hermansson. Oh, drops him! Vettori's got him down! Hermansson's not out, though. Vettori, look, gritting his teeth, pounding away, looking for guillotine. Oh, Hermansson's holding on. I think he's okay. I tell you, he did well not to go out, though. Hermansson trying to just get a breath. He went down. Drama. Drama in the main event. Vettori bringing bombs in the first and it tends to look good in the second. Oh, what's going on? What is going on? I've got Hermansson winning this, and at the moment he's not winning this. Oh, this is not good news for me. This is not good news for me. I was 100% up until now. King Kush says, Hermansson, don't die. It's really good news. Get up, man, says Monica King. Get up. Oh, he's faffing around, guys. He's having a right faff around down there. He's got Vettori on top of him. He's on his back, Hermansson. And look at these blows that are coming in. Herb Dean's not going to allow many of them to go. Ooh, is it over? Not yet. Days, that's harsh. I guess they just call Arkansas the natural state because it's mostly farmland, forests and mountains. Not a lot of big cities. No, but a lot of drama. Either that or just accept that people are going to call you Arkansas. Yeah, he's definitely taking this round, but I've got to tell you, Hermansson's going to be just desperate to get back to his stall, get back to his court. I imagine when he gets back, as soon as he sits down, he'll be like, how do you think that went? Do you think we did all right? Do you think we got that round? Or do you think the knockdown was a problem? Do you think the fact that I almost got knocked out and controlled on the ground for pretty much all of the round, do you think that's going to be a problem? He's on his back. 10 seconds to go. Vettori is blowing this. Yeah. On their feet. And that is the end of the round. Will that come back to cost Vettori? Will that cost Vettori? Should he have put him away in that moment? Was that the chance? Did you know Prince Edward Island makes potato soup? I didn't even know there was a Prince Edward Island. There's a Prince Edward Island. Really, really good shot. Look at that. Straight in the middle. Breaks open apart the defenses. Down goes Hermansson. I cashed out for 28. I'm now regretting it. I would have got 70 if Vettori won. Well, he hasn't won. He hasn't won. Quit whilst you're ahead, I told you. Montana is called the Blue Sky State for its many beautiful landscapes. That's lovely. That is lovely. Okay, here we go. Hermansson hasn't had much time to kind of get his head straight, but he's straight back in there. Adam Martin says that's a 10-8 Vettori round for me. He got the knockdown and dominated. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many Vettoris Hermansson is seeing at the moment. He's obviously taken a lot of damage. He's definitely going to be struggling now to hang in there throughout the rest of this contest. Because he has taken some real punishment. Real punishment. Las Vegas is called Sin City. It is, you're right. It is. They made the films, didn't they? I've never seen Sin City 2, actually. In fact, did they even make one? I think they did, didn't they? It rolls over. It's really good work, this, by Vettori. Vettori on top of Hermansson, and this is not where Hermansson wants to be. Vettori is in full guard at the moment. He's all right on his back, but this isn't where he wants to be. Starbridge is known as Flip-Flop City. Starbridge is known as Irrelevant Town. In fairness, there's a couple of things that have come out of Starbridge. Shaboy. And a couple of bands have been connected with Starbridge. But they're not very well-known bands. Well, they Ned's Atomic Dustbin was one. And I think the Wonder Stuff as well was another. So, not very known bands. Prince Edward Island is a Canadian province nicknamed the Potato Island. And there's bath soap that's made from potatoes. You guys are weird. You guys are an absolute riot. I think we just like having Canadians around just so we can see what you're up to. Just a nation of really polite, bonkers people, aren't you, really? Perhaps it's the cold. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps it messes with the human psyche. I don't know. But you're good folk. You're good in my book, let's put it that way. Vettori is caught in half guard at the moment. He's dominating this. He's taken round 1 and he's taken round 2. We said that this could go decision and it could go to Hermansson. Well, if he's going to do that, he's going to have to take the next 3 rounds, and even that might not be enough. If they scored 10-8 for the first round, then it's going to be a bit of a problem. Back to Ypsilanti. Anthony says, during the 90s, Philadelphia was known as Murder City. Was it really? I didn't know that. You could make a really cool film about that, couldn't you? Murder City. All about 90s Philadelphia. Could be cool. Any budding filmmakers out there, you can have that. Honestly. You can have it for free. Murder City. Right, both guys on their feet. We're getting into the final Ooh, nice left hand. It's 6 a.m. here in Spain. Oh, shout out to you, my friend. Well, Vettori doing very well. If both of these were coming in on full camps, I would have gone with Vettori. Vettori might just be showing me that that's just not even a problem. So he is doing you guys in Spain very proud. Very proud. Music City is Nashville. Yes, good point. And the most friendly state is South Carolina. Is that true? Are they the most friendly? How do we judge that? Is there a friendly World Cup that they keep winning? Did they win the Friendly Bowl? The Friendly Bowl. Kick to the body by Hermansson. And as good as Hermansson is giving, he is receiving. He takes a deep breath there. He's taken a lot of punishment, hasn't he, in that first? And I don't think he's able to shake it off, to be honest. I did think that Vettori was going to look good in round 2, and he did. He certainly did better in round 1 than I was expecting. This is key now. Where does the fight go now? When does Vettori's cardio start to struggle? Let's put it that way. Sin City 2 was all right. The city is also known as Disney for adults. There's a cut. There's a bit of blood coming down from his. Is it his neck? Has he got a little cut here somehow? Seems to have a cut on his chin. Right, we're about to go to round number 3. Hermansson is done. Yeah, he could be. He could be. Nice kicks coming in by Hermansson, though. If the fight goes 5, then it is possible for Jack. Canada just closed Dollarama. Oh, there we go. Sad loss. Dollarama. I've never heard of them. Why did Dollarama close? Because I'd never heard of them. Hermansson is plus 555 to win this. Vettori is minus 900 now. So looking very good if you are Team Vettori. Both guys in the middle. It is a striking exchange at the moment. This will be a big win for Vettori, beating the number 4 ranked fighter. If he does get the sweet dub. San Francisco is called City by the Bay. Denver, Colorado is called the Rockies. I did know that. I knew one was called the Rockies. I told you it would go over 1.5, says Southside Chronicles. Who won round 2? Oh, it's all one-way traffic, my friend. It's all Vettori at the moment. Hermansson grabbing Vettori's leg. It's a little bit more of an even contest now. They both go down, but both get straight back up again. Nice strikes coming in up top. Again, you know, the interesting thing here is, as the fight goes on, as Vettori starts to tire, will Hermansson be able to capitalise? Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back, says Joseph. Days, bruh. It got to minus 20 and people wore shorts, and then one day it went minus 38. That is just, I don't even understand it. I can't even imagine it. Hermansson driving Vettori back, and the commentators are saying, are we starting to see a bit of a tide change? Is the cardio now starting to be a problem for Vettori? Because both guys are on their feet throwing right now. Swing and a miss by Hermansson. Vettori fires some shots in, drives Hermansson back. It might not be the most exciting fight in the world, but it is a very interesting one because there's so much going on right now. Hermansson actually leading on significant strikes now, so he's doing some punishment. 2 takedowns as well. I feel like this is a close round, and I'd be leaning towards giving it Hermansson. Seems to be starting a few more things. Let's have a look and see what we've got down here. Strikes by position. Stats by round. No. It's not giving me that info. It doesn't want me to see that info. I'll find it on my phone. It is 1 minute left to go. So, looking at the numbers, round 1 was 19-16 for Vettori. Round 2 was 11-10 Vettori. This round is 22-12 strikes for Hermansson. So, there is a change here. Hermansson starting to get some real success. 30-odd seconds to go. Tired, Vettori. I think you could be right. Could have made a brilliant statement with the first round TKO, but he's blown it. Yeah, I think he is in trouble now, Vettori. I think he is in trouble now. 10 seconds to go, and this is a Hermansson round, but the thing is there... He's going to have to win all of the rounds left to even stand a chance at getting a decision. We're going into round number 4. All right, let's reset the clock. So they're saying to Vettori, you took the first, you took the second, but the third, he won. Jack has a big chance if it reaches round 5, says Edward. He just has to get some takedowns, says King Kush. Marco, shout out to you. Big boy Dally, it's easy come, easy gone, my friend. It's easy come, easy gone. David Connolly, shout out to you, sir, says Vettori is tiring. Timo Cruz says he has to control him and get Vettori tired. I think he's doing it. I think he's listening to you, Timo. Don't let this happen. So they're giving a lot of praise to Vettori's corner. They're saying it's brilliant that they were so honest in saying you're losing this. Nice strikes coming in by Vettori. Sonny Wolf says, come on, Hermansson. (29-28) Vettori. Good third round for Hermansson, who landed with the more immediately impact strikes. Much closer round. This is the tweets that are on screen. A lot of people have got it 29-28 for Vettori at the moment. Let's see what Hermansson can do in this round. It could be setting it up for a very exciting final round. Could be setting it up for a very exciting final round. At the moment, Vettori getting more joy in round 4. Now, at the moment, it is 13-5 on significant strikes for Vettori in this round. Couple of jabs coming in, swing and a miss. Come on, Hermansson. If Hermansson wins, I go 4-4. Insia, shout out to you, dude. Swing and a miss. There was a movement to get the USA to go to the metric system in the 70s, but it ended. Wow. America does its own thing. We know this. We had a lengthy conversation about soccer and EDM earlier. Nice right-hand jabs coming in by Vettori. 2 minutes 40 odd on the clock. And Hermansson is throwing a lot. But he is getting outgunned in this round by Vettori. It's 24-15 on significant strikes. They're just standing and throwing. There's no real drama to tell you about. They are getting shots through. Nothing seems to be causing too much damage. It's all going to the head. There's nothing in the way of body shots. There's nothing in the way of leg kicks. It's all just they're just standing, punching each other in the head. So there we go. That's what we're getting right now. A real exchange of head strikes. Just over 2 minutes to go in this one. And as we said, not much in the way of drama or anything like that. I suppose drama in the sense of Hermansson's getting to the point where he's going to have to get a finish. Swing and a miss by Hermansson. Goes for a body shot there. Who will win? Well, I would say Vettori is looking pretty good at the moment. Hermansson with a straight left. Again, a couple of quick little jabs by 1-2s by Vettori. Oh, lovely uppercut by Hermansson. That was good. Got a few shots there, and Vettori definitely felt that uppercut. Definitely felt that uppercut. Trading jabs back and forth. Less than a minute to go. This is going to a fifth. Well, certainly seems like it's going to a fifth. Nice left hands coming in. Back and forth, 20-odd seconds to go. Come on, Hermansson, kick the body now. He's still losing this round. It's amazingly 42-25. Vettori has absolutely dominated this round with the strikes. 42-25. So it's a Vettori round. Right, there we go. We are going to a fifth and final round. If this goes to decision, I think it's Vettori that gets it. I think Hermansson is at the point where he needs a finish. I think he needs a finish. Vettori is younger. Jack has got experience. Did you see Jake Paul trash talk Conor? Yes. Jake Paul said he's going to dedicate his life to beating Conor McGregor. And honestly, the only way I can see that is like if McGregor lives till he's 90 and Jake Paul is 80. And between now and then, he's been training boxing every day of his life. And maybe Conor's got flu. I don't know. Vettori could be one of the first, the first Italian fighters to reach a UFC top 5. So a lot on the line here for Vettori and for Italy. Hermansson firing a lot of shots in. He knows he's got to go for broke on this one. Again, exactly the same where we were. They're just trading shots back and forth. Big right hands. Overhands coming in by Hermansson. And not able to put Vettori away. Oh, Vettori answers back, though, with a beautiful left hand. Big uppercut coming in by Hermansson. Yeah, it's good. Vettori is looking really, really good. He's still in there. I thought he might tire at this point, but he's not really showing any signs of that. He's still in there. He's still firing away. Unless someone's about to be dropped, I'm expecting Vettori to get the win. Hype Man 15, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, they're saying that this has got potential to be fight of the night because they've exchanged so many strikes. I mean, it is 117 to 94. Big crushing blow there by Vettori. You can see that Hermansson is shattered. There's no denying that that first round has taken so much out of Hermansson. In this round as well, it's 26-17, so it is going to go to Vettori at the moment. Uppercut there by Vettori. Koa says, I've got a bet on Vettori. Edward said it's a boring fight. Chalmers says, hopefully the judges do a robbery for me and they go with Hermansson. Sonny cheering on Hermansson. Timo cheering on Vettori. Massimo is cheering on Vettori as well. We do have just over 2 minutes to go. Nice left hand. Duck underneath. Total strikes 153 to 108. It is incredible. It has been an absolute firefight. And both guys are looking for that knockout blow. Certainly Hermansson is. Hermansson is throwing heavy. Big, big uppercuts. He's trying to turn his lights off. Lovely right hand. Uppercut by Vettori. He's got Vettori up against the side of the cage. If he can really go now. He's got to go. No. $110. How many strikes are we at? 40-32 in this round. 40 significant strikes to 32 in round 5. That is very, very impressive. That is very impressive. 135 to 111. Or 111 to 136. Less than a minute to go. Vettori has just got Hermansson held now up against the cage. Very, very impressive performance. I think Vettori is going to get the sweet dub on this one. Danny Barnhouse is sad. Resting Days fan says, lol. Less than 20 seconds to go. Anthony says, I'd hate to be them tomorrow. Yes. Hermansson's grabbed the leg. He's looking for some kind of submission finish, but with only 5 seconds to play with, he ain't going to get it. And it is the end of the fight. Hermansson screams out in frustration. I think he knows. I think he knows. They both left it all in there tonight. We're going to have to wait for the results. People want Jack to win, but here talent wins, says Amit. I think that's Vettori. I'm so confident that that's Vettori that I'm actually even going to write it in. Tempting fate, aren't I? I'm that confident. I want you all to get used to it. I don't know the scores, but I want you to get used to it. David says, give us a robbery. Monica King is sad. Wrestling Days fan is sad. Danny Barnhouse is sad. Otis the Beefy one thinks it'll be 48-46. Vettori. Southside Chronicles says, I told you. No one likes people that gloat. Southside Chronicles. Yeah, no one likes gloaters. Yeah, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Judges' scorecards. Yeah. 49-46. 49-46. 49-45. There we go. Well done, Italy. You've got pasta, spaghetti, Pavarotti, lattes, mochas. Other things. I don't know. I don't know what you've got, honestly. I don't know what you've got. I don't know what you've done. But what you've got is you've got Vettori. Vettori is a very impressive fighter to come in on such short notice and get a victory over the number 4 ranked middleweight. And as a result, he will go into the top 5. Bob says, I like gloaters. Well, then we're going to have to start changing that to no one but Bob likes gloaters. Adesanya's going to run in with a steel chair. Well, there we go. Vettori beats Hermansson 49-46, 49-46, 49-45. 5-3-7-1. I picked decision, but I picked Hermansson. Yeah, I thought Hermansson decision. Joseph, shout out to you, my friend. King Kush, shout out to you as well. I'm gonna give Vettori a chance to speak. See what he's got to say. Wow. More significant strikes were landed in this fight than in any previous middleweight history. That is incredible, isn't it? Here we go. They said, how do you feel? He went, to tell the truth, I don't feel great. Yeah, well, in fairness, he did drop him in the first, didn't he? He dropped him in the first and he didn't capitalise. King Kerr, shout out to you, sir. Nate Diaz sending his congratulations. Giga Chikadze as well, sending in his congratulations. Megan Anderson. This is the Vettori screaming he can defeat Izzy. Vettori says he wants to be in the game. Here in the UK, there's a little thing saying, we apologise for any offensive language you might have just heard. Yeah! Mother effers! Get me in the game! He's done this for every Italian that believes in him. He has a terrible defending. He has the power, but the way he stands, Izzy is going to break those legs. Most significant strikes in a middleweight fight. I know, incredible. Yeah. Any name that you want. Who do you want? So he's called out Costa. He's called out Paulo Costa. Does he need such bad language? That's all I'm going to say. Does he need such bad language? He just said, who do you want? All he had to say was, I want to fight Paulo Costa next. But instead he was like, I'm calling out effing Costa, baby. Mother flippers. He's all over it. Yeah, well, I just don't think it's big or clever. But I don't think it's big or clever. He's been given that platform. He's been given that spotlight. And he's effing and jeffing all over the place. Vettori's got to go for the belt. I'm not mad. He won okay. Just a little bit. He's Italian. Oh, what? Are they all like that? Happy effing Christmas! Well, let me do my Italian impression then, my friends. All of you mother effers out there, I want to effing say a big effing thank you. A big flipping thank you for all you mother flippers. All you people out there that flip mothers. I want to thank you for joining us on this stream. You absolute flippers. I can't do it. Even when I'm trying to do it, it's a struggle for me. Do you know what I mean? It's we're very polite, us English. We couldn't be less Italian if we tried. Do you know, you should try our food. If you try our food, then you'll see what we mean. Oh my God, it's an absolute disaster. Right, I'm off. Thanks a lot for watching, you flippers, and I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.